Oh, sorry to bother you. I just want to make sure I get Atar Hasibullah.
Yeah, that's how I was.
Okay.
That's how I was told his name was.
Jamie and Farrah Vaughn,
Yep.
Amy Zelmer,
Yep.
Kyla Lupo, Blake
Uh,
Pang. Is Kyla wrong?
no, Kyla's correct. You said Amy. Amy is speaking today.
Oh, why do I have from the, yes, Amy is speaking today. It's got me.
Yep. So that was
And
Marie yesterday. So you have Marie.
Maria
Yep.
Hernandez,
Marie, Atar, Jamie, Kyla,
Jamie,
Blake,
Kyla, Blake
and
Pang.
Aaron. You were missing Aaron.
Oh my
Aaron.
God. And,
Aaron Sum.
and, and you are the founder of
Yeah.
We Are the Others. Is it Merritt Sloves? What, how do you pronounce
Um, go back to the.
Merritt?
Uh, yeah, that's how I pronounce it.
And Magida Sanchez. Okay. And then the closing note. Very cool. Do you have people that signed up for the fireside chat?
We have a few, yes, which is
Awesome.
which is nice, and
Awesome.
it's going to be an interesting time because it'll be a chance to ask questions, but it's also going to be a collaboration working session surprise.
Oh, I'm okay. I'm excited about that.
Yeah,
I have to say, I didn't necessarily. Nobody's in the room, right? I wasn't 100% sure that I wasn't sure if it was Officer Maria too. I was like, wait, I
yeah,
can't put a name in front of it, but or title. But I was like, is she familiar with the executive order?
yeah. I
Are you
it's
familiar with the executive
I know
order?
exactly what you're talking about. So
It's so scary. Like when I read it, I like there was a group of us reading it together. I'm like, oh my God, they're literally, what are they going to do? Like, are they just going to be able to remove homeless? I see it here. They're pulling them out of the woods right now. It's really a problem. And quite scary when you read the order. So, but I didn't know if I didn't get the feeling she actually read it.
and it may be new to her, which was fine.
It's only a week old. That's why, but I do think that, that is more conversation has to happen over that. That this is
Yep.
really tough. Okay.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started in just a minute. So if anybody is coming in and they're joining us, come in, say hello, go ahead and say where you're from in the chat. Adrian and I are over here just chatting, so you can come say hello if you want. And we're going to get started in
Oh,
just a minute.
sorry to bother you. I just want to make sure I get a tar. Oops. Oops. Yes, very excited for everyone to be here. So we're streaming on YouTube and then also on Chatter Social, where you can actually ask questions. So I'll keep an eye on it. And it's a free app to download.
And if you haven't
Don't
used,
forget to subscribe.
yes, if you haven't used Chatter, after you hear Adrian's talk today, you want to reach out to her because she is amazing in that space and it's a new up and coming space and we're excited to be part of it.
Excited. Turn this off.
We've got about a minute to go, a little over a minute. So
Awesome.
go grab your hot drink or your cold drink, your fruit, your breakfast, your snack, your notepad if you want to take some notes. Whatever's going to work for you, whatever's going to make you comfortable. I've got a sweatshirt here to put on, so let's cozy up for the day and we've got some good stuff happening.
Awesome.
right, let's go ahead and
It's
get
time.
going.
I'm excited. So, good morning and or good afternoon, depending on where you are. I'm in Florida, so just hit noon for us. Welcome to day 2 of the United Voices Summit. I'm Adrienne Barker, your MC for today, and I'm very honored to continue this journey with all of you. Wow, Melissa, yesterday was incredible. We heard from powerful voices, including Attar Hasibullah, amazing man of the ACLU. He provided a lot of information, so I hope you go back and listen if you missed it. We had Jamie and Farrell Vaughn. We had Marie Hernandez with the Reno Police Department. We had Kyla Lupo talking about inclusion in sports. Amazing. Blake Pang, the United Way. Amazing. And Aaron Sum, who really talked about, having the courage. I needed that from Aaron yesterday. And of course, our brilliant host, Melissa Remper, and the founder of We Are the Others is Melissa. So very excited to have Melissa putting this all together for us. Each speaker reminded us that community and advocacy and empathy are more than ideas, they're actions. And today we're going to be diving into the topics of mental health, storytelling, public private collaboration, and we're going to end with a keynote by Melissa that will help us build our own yellow brick road of community and courage. So let's get started. Are you ready, Melissa?
I'm ready. So,
Settle in. I'm going to read this to you. I would
okay,
sing it, but
I
Peter
was
Yarrow would get upset
I
with
was
me.
going to give you an introduction and welcome everybody so they
Oh,
know
that's
who she
right. Give me
is.
the intro.
Here she is, she's
I
rumbling
forgot.
on. So, for those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Melissa. I'm actually going to be here in the background. I'm going to be introducing Adrienne in just a second. But if you guys are you're following us, I'm going to be monitoring the chat and answering questions and things along those lines. So, I want to share with you a little bit about Adrienne because she's going to be sharing with you a topic that is very dear. Her talk is called Because I Care, Turning Empathy into Action in Schools, Homes, and Boardrooms. And what is really powerful is when you think about empathy and how you can take an action, especially when there's bullying and how people interact with each other. There's ways that we can do this where we still can honor somebody and who they are, but also ways where, like, what's best going to support people. And so I wanted just to take a moment just to give a little bit how empathy is actually a beautiful concept, but without action, it's just a feeling. And in this powerful session, Adrienne Barker, who has an MAS, is going to bring her Because I Care initiative and climates of respect of the anti-bully program together to show you how small intentional acts can transform lives in spaces where we live, learn, and work. And just a little bit about Adrienne. First of all, you have to love Adrienne. The more and more you get to know her, she has a heart of gold and a heart of service. And I met her online, and actually it was one of those things like when you just connect with somebody, then we got on a phone call, and then we just really connected on the phone call. And she came out several years ago, about 10 years ago, I think is when we actually first met. She came out over to an event that was being hosted in California in beautiful Monterey over at the beach. And she was our MC over there. And just held the space with love and compassion and laughter and joy and made everybody there, whether you were in the audience or you were a fellow speaker, to really feel like you were part of a connected community. But Adrienne Baker has an MAS and is a visibility strategist, business coach, and an advocate who's very passionate for emotional safety and dignity. She's had over 35 years in leadership, and she blends corporate wisdom with heart-centered advocacy, which is completely lovely. She's the guardian ad litem, and she is a podcast producer. She's the creator of Because I Care and Climates of Respect, which are programs that challenge how we treat each other in business, online, and behind closed doors, which is so important in today's times. Adrienne teaches global etiquette and speaks on professional empathy and believes in the quiet power of simply showing up with kindness. What she also did not say is she's also an international speaker, so I just wanted to honor that and all that she's doing. So please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Adrienne.
Thank you, Melissa. I'm a little boy with glasses, the one they call the geek, a little girl who never smiles because I've got braces on my teeth. And I know how it feels to cry myself to sleep. I'm that kid on every playground who's always chosen last, a single teenage mother trying to overcome my past. Song makes me cry. You don't have to be my friend. Is it too much to ask? Don't laugh at me. Don't call me names. Don't get your pleasure from my pain. Because in God's eyes, we're all the same. And someday we'll all have perfect wings. Don't laugh at me. I'm the cripple on the corner. You pass me on the street. And I wouldn't be out here begging if I had enough to eat. And don't think I don't notice that our eyes never meet. I lost my wife and little boy when someone crossed that yellow line. The day we laid them in the ground is a day I lost my mind. Right now, I'm down to holding this little cardboard sign. So don't laugh at me. Don't call me names. Don't get your pleasure from my pain. Because in God's eyes, we're all the same. And someday we'll all have perfect wings. Don't laugh at me. Because I'm fat, I'm thin, I'm short, I'm tall, I'm deaf, I'm blind. Hey, aren't we all? Don't laugh at me. Don't call me names. Don't get your pleasure from my pain. This song is very dear to me. And this song is a program that I learned through Operation Respect Connecticut. And it was taught to us by Peter Yarrow. But let me take you back. Let me take you back as a young girl, and I was bullied. Let me take you back to my three boys who are now in their 30s and 40s. My oldest son, he was the one that took care of anyone that was in trouble. He was the fighter for the underdog. He wouldn't ever allow anyone to ever say something that would hurt someone's feelings. Sam, my second son, who's amazing now, but he was the bully. And he did some horrible things in bullying kids, and we had to address that. And then my third son, Rudy, he was the one that got bullied. He had a speech impediment, and Rudy always got bullied. The song which is what I just read, is from Don't Laugh at Me, Peter Yarrow. And you may be like, Peter Yarrow, why does that sound familiar? Peter, Paul, and Mary. And I created Climates of Respect when I realized that it's so missing in the school, in the workplace, in the community, and in the boardroom. We really need to create those climates of respect where we do not allow anyone to be disrespectful and hurt other people. And the idea of the because I care is because I do care. And there's a movement right now that's, I don't care what people say. I don't care what people think. I don't care what you think about me. I don't care what the world thinks about me. I don't care. And I hear people all day long in marketing and in business saying, because I don't care. And I said, I care. I care about all that. I care what you think about me. I care if you're going to resonate with today's program. I care about everyone, everything. And I thought this is something where we have to turn the empathy into action. So a climate of respect in the classroom or workplace, that's the kind of environment where everyone feels valued. They feel heard. They feel safe, no matter their role, their background, or their beliefs. And it's not just about being polite, though, of course, that helps. It's about actively creating a culture where mutual dignity is the norm. And I want to give you a little picture of how that looks like in this space of creating climates of respect. So in the classroom, a classroom that has a climate of respect would include students feeling safe to speak up without fear of being ridiculed or dismissed. Teachers modeling respectful communication, even when they're correcting behavior or giving feedback. Differences are embraced, whether cultural, whether learning styles, whether your abilities or your perspectives. We all have divergent minds, and so we want to embrace those differences. I believe climate of respect absolutely includes rules that are clear and consistent, and they're applied fairly to everyone. So important. What never did a climate of respect was when the teacher said, Oh, you have gum in your mouth. Do you have enough gum for everyone? Can everyone have a piece of gum? Well, if not, then spit it out. I always thought that was not the way to do it. Even as a girl and a little girl, I was like, I don't think they should be saying that. I don't think that makes us have a relationship. I don't think that's building community right in our class, which, by the way, teachers build community even before school starts. If you have a teacher that's sending out a nice little note, hey, Sally, hope you're having the best summer ever. I can't wait to have you come in the class. I want to share with you that I have 3 cats. I have 2 dogs. I love taking walks in the park and I really enjoy swimming. And my favorite ice cream is mint chocolate chip. Sally, the first day of school, I want to learn more about you. So these are some of the questions I'll be asking you right away. That's a community. The students coming in, they feel like they know the teacher. I love that. What does it look like in the workplace? Let's talk about it. A respectful workplace climate includes colleagues and leaders listening, not just hearing, looking focused at you. How many times is someone speaking to you and they're not even seeming like they're really caring about the conversation? Try to be the one that's focused and listens. Diverse opinions are welcomed in a climate of respect workplace. Even if they challenge the status quo, even if you challenge it, even if you say no and everyone else says yes, that should be applauded. And there should be zero, and I mean zero, tolerance for harassment, discrimination, or microaggressions. Zero. Is it There's nothing more uncomfortable when you interrupted me and you need to let me continue. Things like that are so uncomfortable. I disagree complete with what you're saying, and I think you're wrong. Talking like that to someone, talking down to them, being condescending, that is uncomfortable for all of us. And the minute I start feeling uncomfortable, I check and I'm like, okay, we've got a situation here where the climate of respect is not taking place. Hashtag climate of respect, by the way. I love where a respectful workplace climate is where you can give constructive feedback and but then if it's anything that's going to be negative or public shaming, that would be given in private. How many times have you seen that when you're in a retail store and you can see the manager is telling the employee what they did wrong in front of all of us? That's just really awkward. Don't do it. And also, a respectful workplace climate includes credit shared generously and don't steal ideas. Those are 2 things that people don't realize, and we need to teach our next generation. I always feel when I'm teaching this that I'm preaching to the choir. So what I'm saying to you, just remember, it may not be for you, but it may be for someone else that needs to learn. So respect here fuels productivity and it improves the morale, it reduces turnover, builds a culture of trust. And what it does in the classroom, it stops the bullying. Because at the end of the day, most people that bully and the victims, they really don't know each other. They don't know each other enough because you don't normally bully friends. Now, maybe you become sarcastic with friends. And Melissa, I'm here to say that sarcasm is never fun. And sarcasm is actually the scarring, using words and scarring people with the words. So I try not to be sarcastic. And in all honesty, not all of us understand sarcasm. So you may be saying something sarcastic and I may hear it as fact. You will confuse me. I have to tell people I don't really, understand sarcasm, so I may not be getting it, but most people wouldn't. It's your sarcasm. It's how you're speaking and the scarring of words. So key ingredients of a respectful climate would include clear communication, the empathy and emotional intelligence, putting yourself in someone else's shoes, accountability without blame. We don't want to blame someone if they didn't get something done. I'd rather hear I couldn't get the project done, but I'm going to work on it and will be Monday morning be okay. And I could say, yes, Monday would be fantastic. Or, Jesus, there's something we could take off your plate so we can put this on your plate because I really do need it for Friday afternoon. Celebrating diversity, so important. And being consistent. I said that before. That is so important. Don't be like, Sally, you need to go home for the day. How you spoke to Julie was completely wrong. We have zero tolerance, but yet you're allowing Harold to do that and to do the same thing. So Always be consistent. A climate of respect, that is actually the invisible glue that holds the collaboration, the learning, and the progress together. So, how am I even being talking to you about this? So, I am a graduate of the Protocol School of Washington. I have my business is professional global etiquette. And even in my 20s and 30s, when I started with the Department of Education in Connecticut and Joanne Freiberg, Dr. Freiberg, and Peter Yarrow in Operation Connecticut, Operation Respect, I've always had it at that interest. So, what we would do is we would go and we would do in essence, rallies. So we would go to the schools and we put all the children together, the teachers, and we would do some projects with them, and then we would talk about what is taking place and how there's three parts of the bullying experience. You have the person that's doing the bullying, you have the victim, and you have the innocent bystander. And that's really important to understand that. So, what does bullying look like today? Because I know for a fact bullying today is not the same as what it was in our class. I mean, I was born in 1962. So in the early 80s, I got slapped. I got insulted. I was called moo eyes. So I wish my eyes were as big back then as they are now. I wouldn't mind being called moo eyes now, but back then it bothered me so much when I didn't even understand it. When I found out why, it didn't make me happy. It was a reference to cows and eyes and other body parts. Not very nice. Really hurt me and has to this day makes me uncomfortable. Bullying is a repeated intentional cruelty. It's physical, it's verbal, it's social, or it's digital, cyberbullying, and it involves an imbalance of power. So we have the physical, the hitting, the pushing, the damaging belongings. We have the verbal, the insults, the name calling, the threats. We have the social. I'm not sitting with you. Did you see what Sally did yesterday? Sally's dating two boyfriends. I heard Sally kissed a boy. Cyberbullying, harassment via text, social media, gaming, email, other digital platforms. That's becoming a big deal. We grew up with the sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me. What? Names absolutely hurt. Names cause a lot of trauma when you're insulting someone with those names, and it can carry through their whole entire life. So I always thought that saying was really not what it should be, because we want to stop people from calling each other names. And also, when you think about where does this happen? So this happens out of the eyesight of the teachers and the administrators. Very rare, though it does happen, that's going to happen right in front. So let's consider the school bus. School bus drivers usually are just one. It would be amazing if every school bus driver could have a second person with them, an adult, to keep an eye to help calm the kids and make driving not as hazardous as it could be when some of these bus drivers are handling students that are physically hitting, and they know they're watching the bus driver, and they're pinching and they're doing things that overtly nobody can see. Or as we watch some videos, they are absolutely going above and beyond and not even caring. They have zero empathy, zero care of what the bus driver says. They've also been hurt so many times they may actually want you to call their parents. They want the attention. So you have to consider that too. Talking about, I'm going to ask my husband can you give me a white piece of paper? Would you mind? Also, cyberbullying, spreading the false information online. This has to be zero. If your child is caught doing any of this, they need to know and understand. Cyberbullying can also not only hurt, it can harm, it can kill. And so it's serious. Harassing messages or threats. That's something to consider. I'm going to ask my husband one more thing. Can you draw a heart right there? Would you draw me a heart? Any kind of harassing messages or threats, all you have to do is just Google the stories of what has happened before and what's making the news on these harassing messages or threats. There's also a couple of shows on TV that kind of show it. Impersonating someone, deciding that you are going to become someone, that you're going to create a fake account and put it in that person's name. That is absolutely an issue. That is serious. And also, by the way, if you're crossing state lines, So if a student in one state is being targeted by someone in another state, that can fall under federal law. So you can't fool around. And I will tell you, our sheriff will not allow it. So if you start doing things like that, you will get a ticket to Daytona Beach. He will meet you at the airport and he'll give you a nice ride to the closest hotel, which will be the local jail. So you can stay and learn your lesson. Doxing, very important. A lot of people don't know the terminology of doxing. Doxing, DOXXING. That's publishing someone's private personal information, whether it's their home address, their phone number, their school location, online with the intent to intimidate, harass, or cause harm. So very serious. That law enforcement outside your local area can get involved. Even the FBI can get involved in severe cases. There's always what is a sign of a student that might be bullied? What does that look like for parents? How do they know that their child is being bullied? Some of the things to look for are the unexplained injuries, not wanting to go to school. There's a couple 100,000 kids every day that don't go to school just because of the bullying. And also having our students understand, as I said, the cultural differences. And what's really hurtful is talking about sexual preference, how if a person smells, if they're unable to, maybe they are living in a hotel, just temporary. The unhoused, if you don't teach your kids, they are really going to say and do some hurtful things when they could be doing such lovely things like sharing and helping and caring. So you want to look at sudden drop in the grades all of a sudden. That happened to me, and my mood was changing. They may damage belongings, or they may see the backpack and see a rip in it. You may see the clothes have holes in it. You want to ask questions. And by the way, predators, because I want to weave in some talk about predators. Sexual predators, when we think of sexual predators, you think of, I'll use the word pimp. Oh, the pimp over there. He's got the gold chains. Maybe Mr. T would come in your mind. Maybe someone with a long jacket. These are the predators. Are these the predators that our kids are thinking of? What are they looking at when they think of a pimp? Because just so you know, predators in our school system could be the cute girl next door. And all she is doing is asking Sally, can you come to a party on Friday night? Come to the party. You could just tell your mom you're staying at my house. My mom will agree with it, so you don't have to worry. And we're going to go to this party, and it's going to be amazing, and wear something really cute. And what is she trying to do, this girl? She is trying to get Sally in a position where now she could have someone involved. A lot of times, and I hate to share these stories, it could be as simple as going to the party and you break something. They purposely leave something out and you break it. Now all of a sudden you're told, oh, you broke this, you owe us $200, and the only way you can leave is to pay us back by sexual favors. I just want you to realize that what children think of when they think of a pimp, they're not thinking that it could be someone in their classroom. So going back to the anti-bullying program, Don't Laugh at Me, and the emotional safety, that is the foundation. The emotional safety, and signs that emotional safety is breaking down is the fear of speaking up, is the cliques that are dominating, and the complaints that are dismissed as drama. Oh, Stevie, you're really complaining a lot about that. I had to go through that every single day. Do you know what that was like? I had to walk 2 miles to school, and then I had these eggs thrown at me and these rocks thrown, and dismissing it as just something that you had to go through. Everyone has to go through. Oh, there's always going to be kids that are going to say something. That's always going to happen. That is where emotional safety breaks down. And I want to give you an example of emotional safety breaking down. So here I've got a piece of paper, and we're going to call it a heart. And this is called the broken heart activity. And I want to share with you, and I want you to share with your children and teachers that this is really how a day can start. And empathy is actually easier when you can see this damage. So here's a child's heart at the start of the day. And they wake up. Hurry up, Lucy, hurry up. You are always so late. Why are you always so late? You drain me every day. You just take so much time. Get out of bed now. Lucy, is that what you're going to wear to school today? Is that how you're going to look? And you're not even really matching. I don't know if I would wear the pink with the orange. This is the heart, remember? Why can't you eat faster? Why are you always so slow? The bus is coming in just a few minutes and you're always late. Why are you always late? Lucy, get up. Just forget it. Just grab the pancake with your hand. You got to leave. Lucy runs to the bus driver. Oh, Lucy, you're always making me wait. Even these 2 extra minutes causes a problem. Lucy, just hurry up and sit down. Little Joey on the bus with Sally and with Lucy. Oh, Lucy, nice shoes. Did you get them from the trash? Lucy walks down the hallway and gets pushed a little bit. And the teacher says, Lucy, I hope you have your homework done. It's due today. No more excuses. Lucy goes into the classroom and the teacher says, Lucy, where's your pencil? Why do you never have a pencil? I don't understand it. I'm always having to bring pencils in for you. Lucy goes into the lunchroom and is sitting at a table, and not one person wants to sit with Lucy. Lucy goes back to class and she's asked to contribute some information. She gives the answer and she's told, wrong answer again, Lucy. You're not studying, are you? I am so disappointed in you, Lucy. Lucy then gets told, hurry up, the bus is coming. Let's go. We don't want you late. Lucy gets to the bus stop and the driver says, Lucy, get in quickly. Want you to go all the way in the back. Don't cause any more trouble today, Lucy, like you did this morning. And then Lucy gets home and she's told, Lucy, I saw you left your mess in the kitchen this morning. You better clean it up. And there goes Lucy's heart, broken into so many pieces. And yet she's expected every day to wake up and to go through that. That hits my heart. And that's called the broken heart activity that you can do. There's a lot of activities that you can do with your students for teachers to build community. Let's talk about cyberbullying again. I just want to give you some examples to make sure that you really understand it. And then we'll be able to stop in about 10 minutes for questions if there's any. A post goes up online mocking in a private group. That right there will tear your heart. Doxing. Someone posts their address online for strangers to see. So when you think about it, all this being combined with the actual words that are being said and what possibly is going on in cyberbullying is so hard. So I want you to understand that, and don't laugh at me, there's a script that says, let's walk in their shoes. You know, how do they feel waking up? What do they hope for? What are students walking in the classroom and looking for who they can avoid? Are they in the hallways nervous? Because as I said, when I started this, many of your teachers and administrators are not really, they're busy. There's no, I'm not saying anything negative. They're busy. They're not checking those corners of the school where nobody is, where you've got the hallway, you've got the stairwell, you got the back doors, which by the way, all school doors should be locked for safety. Very important. We do a whole safety program, Melissa, because safety in the classroom, actual safety is quite scary. And then they're thinking, what's lunch going to be like? They just walked in the doors and they're wondering, who's going to sit with me? Is it going to be another day? Some kids will get in trouble and they'd rather be in the discipline room or sit with the principal or the teacher for lunch because it's easier for them to get in trouble and do that than it is for them to actually be in the lunchroom. And think about how they feel heading home, because empathy is a prevention tool and it can turn bystanders into upstanders. One of the things that I say that you could do if you're seeing kids bullying, your teacher, your parent, let's just say you see them in the hallway, nobody else is, but you just We don't do that here. And Johnny's gonna be like confused, like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? We don't do that here. We don't fight here like that. I'm gonna go off camera for a second. Melissa, my internet is a little stable, so I'm gonna get off camera. But here's the thing, you guys. It is really important that I think I just lost my train of thought with that. It's really important that we understand. I'm going to move on because I actually did lose my chain of thought, and I'm so sorry. If I remember it, I'll go back to it. So we were talking about I got it now. Sorry, Melissa. Okay, so here's the thing. So when you are seeing kids, it could be in the doctor's office, and the parents are actually being seen by the doctor, and they left their kids in the waiting room. I'm saying this because I see this a lot, and the kids are fighting. All you have to do is say, "Hey, we don't do that here." And they'll look at you and just say, "We're in the doctor's office. We're in the schoolyard. We're on the bus. We are at a field trip." You just name wherever you are. You will be so surprised how you could stop the bullying right there, because A, you're surprising them. B, when they hear that we don't do that here, that's sometimes all they need to understand. So I think that we all and encourage the bystanders to be very careful, but they can always go and get help. They don't, we don't want anyone speaking up and having the bullier turn to them. We want to be careful with that and make sure that they're safe. But getting help, what is not helpful, Melissa, is someone taking their camera out and trying to get some cred and some whatever to get views. No, 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 we don't want that. So I want to talk about, for the next like 9 minutes, how predators operate in school. This is actually taken, I was trained back in 2017 and 18 by Lisa Hanson out of Tucson. Sold No More, SOLD No More, and her program is called Power Over Predators. I'm going to give you a brief overview. I definitely think that if you are interested, you can bring her in. You can pay for the program. It's a really fair price. Be trained on it and go in your school. We know that schools have certain amount of like credits that they need to get, and a lot of times that is internet safety, and so that it could fall under internet safety, because predators are operating in our schools. And let's just go over some of the tactics so we all can be on the same page. Some of those tactics include grooming, flattery, gifts, attention. It could also include isolation, removing the victim from their friends and family, inviting them over every single day after school, planning to study with them, never inviting anyone else over. Kind of like, you know what, Sally, I don't think I would hang around with Julie and Johnny. I would not do that. You should hang with me. I know I'm new in the school, but I could really help you. Exploitation, sexual favors, control over accounts, and control, the threats, the blackmail, the emotional manipulation. I want to go back over control over accounts. Just so you know, like, so kids, and my daughter too, she's 19 now, but when she was in that 11, 12, 13 stage, they all had each other's like Snapchat accounts, their Instagram account. They had no like protection of passwords like we do when we're older. They feel like everyone should be able to go into my Instagram and see what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh, it is the amount of bullying that we've seen, and the amount, I'll never forget when my daughter showed me a friend of hers, and her friend was talking to someone, she didn't know who it was, and telling them how lonely they were and that they were home alone a lot and they missed company and how they would love a boyfriend, on and on and on. And I saw, Lana brought the phone to me, so I saw the messages going back and forth, and sound like a kid. And all of a sudden, one of the messages, after she said, I hate being alone," all of a sudden the message was, I just got home from work and I have to mow the lawn. And it was terrifying to me, because it wasn't like a kid like, yeah, wasn't school so tough? My history class, whatever was going on, this person took a turn, and all of a sudden, because sometimes that's what happens, right? If you have a predator who's an adult trying to be a kid, in this case, they kind of lost their sense. What was more upsetting than anything to me is we were able to talk to her and we were able to shut it down. We were able to report the person. But then when I reported to her mom, Even though her mom, we had proof, her mom just couldn't wrap her head around it. Her mom couldn't believe that her daughter would say anything like that. She couldn't believe that her daughter was taking pictures of herself in a bra in the bathroom and tried to tell me that it was okay, that her daughter was be a bikini. It was a bathing suit, not understanding actually why and how she was being asked to do this. So parents, we need to do a better job of understanding. So we have to be aware of what is going on. And I hate to bring up the Epstein case, but I'm going to bring it up in the case of uh, Giselle Maxwell, who was doing exactly what I'm talking about. She was teaching girls how to teach other girls. So all she had to do was ask Mary, Mary, you like having money? You like this? This is fun. It's not like too much work. Well, we need 5 more girls. Can you go? Where was Mary getting these girls? She was getting them from the classroom. And why? Because a lot of these girls were living in tough situations and they didn't have these big beautiful homes. If you think about it, if you're 14, 15, 16, you're going into a home that's beautiful and you may not have that. Wow. And then you're getting paid cash, $200 to $300. That may be more than your parents, both of them, are making back during that time with Jeffrey Epstein. But it's happening now. We have to know it's happening now. So teachers, build your trust so students can confide in you. That means that they speak. So if you take one person that asks you something and you let your guard down, you don't give the right answer, you tell someone else, they hear you telling another teacher in the hallway, or they even the perception of them thinking that you told the principal, and every time the principal walks by you, they're locking eyes with that student, making that student feel uncomfortable. That will break down the trust. You have to build that trust. You have to recognize the grooming signs. And there's programs go on for days sometimes to really understand this. And you have to set and model the boundaries. That is so important for teachers. Set and model the boundaries that you want to have. And for us, parents, keep the open, calm communication. Know who your child talks to online. Don't let your child overpower you with a phone. I have to have the cell phone. Oh my God, no, I don't want you seeing everything. There's plenty of apps where you can actually see, you can review. There's, of course, Life 360, where you can see where they are. You want that on your phone, but also you can look at your phone. My daughter, I had access to every single social media she had when she was younger. Now, when she turned 18, now she's an adult. But I made sure I saw everything. I knew everything. So very important. No, and not just online. We're talking gamers too. So just want everyone to understand all those Roblox, Sims, all of them, people can get in. The meta world, people can get in. There's a lot of bullying happening right there. So be careful. If you have a game and your child's able to talk live, make sure you know who they're talking to and set the rules with them in advance of what it looks like. Give them some stories. Take some stories right out of Google, because the breaking news, there's stories every day of what is taking place with children. And teach the fact that love never comes with conditions like, if you love me, you will. Be very careful of that, because these predators, they're scary. They will say, hey, you know what? If you tell your mother that you did that last night with that kid, we're going to come in. We know your little brother. We know how he walks to school. We know where your parents work. They will say everything to get that child to be so scared and not to share. So please teach that love never, ever comes with conditions like that, nor do friendships. And why are we even covering and talking about bullying and cyberbullying and predators together? I'm doing that today. It may be unusual, and it's not a lot of time that we have, but we're doing it because the erosion of self-worth from any form of bullying, especially cyberbullying and doxing, makes that student an easy target for predator. If you are constantly bullying someone and breaking their heart all day long, what do you think when someone comes in and says, oh my God, you are so pretty. I could tell by the picture. You're so sweet. What do you like to do? Do you like art? Do you sing? I would love to hear you sing. I would listen to hear you sing. I mean, it is that simple that a predator, all they have to do is pay attention to your child. And the bullied student, that's what they crave. They're craving acceptance. They're craving attention. And guess what? They're more willing to keep secrets for someone who shows kindness. They're more willing to keep secrets for someone who shows kindness. I mean, if that doesn't make your heart race and scares you, it is scary, scary, scary. And the bullied student feels that they have no one to turn to. Because sometimes the worst things that we say is, oh, just tell your teacher. You know what? Go to school and you tell your teacher. Often make sure we find out if you're a parent and you're going back to school, find out where that anonymous reporting is. I have seen the anonymous reporting report any bullying incidents. I've seen that right by the receptionist at the front. I've seen it in places where people can see you're putting in the information. So please make sure in your school that that information isn't available, that people can see. Don't put it in the lunchroom. You have to have it in a place that nobody would see you're going in there. It's important, and it may take some time to find the right place and make sure it's monitored too. But that's what I would do, is keep it safe, because people will talk, oh, I just saw Sally and she walked over and she probably is talking about you, Johnny. You better be careful. So we've got to have a little closing call to action. Whether you're a student, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a parent, whether you're aunt and uncle, it you have the power to stop harm before it starts. So you have to look for the signs. We have to learn to listen without judgment. And we have to act when you see danger. You can't second guess yourself. I'm a guardian ad litem. I'm mandatory that I have to report. I am not like, oh, I wonder if, like, oh, she just slapped the child, but maybe she didn't really mean to slap the child. I don't think, no, I'm not going to call. What if no, no, you need to act. You need to act when you see danger. And remember, when harassment and exploitation crosses state lines, it's not even just a school problem anymore. It's a legal one. Teach your children sending nude photos via the email, via the internet is a crime. Not do it, and report if they're receiving it too. You should involve law enforcement when this takes place. Again, from Don't Laugh at Me, don't get your pleasure from my pain. Let's make sure no one in our school feels alone in their pain, because it's not I care, it's because we care. So, Melissa, that is what I have. We can answer some questions if there's any questions. Melissa, we should give the resources out for the National Human Trafficking Hotline. I'll just say the number here so we have it: 1-888-373-7888. We have RAINN, RAIN, 1-800-656-4673, and the FBI tip line. Remember, if harassment travels across state lines, federal jurisdiction applies. And if you think I don't want to do it, we'll skip this one. If it happens again, it may not only be your child, it may be another child involved. So as we say, it takes a village to raise our children. Be that village, even if it's one kid. So, Melissa, I'm here to answer any questions.
That was a fabulous session. I'm sitting here taking notes. It's interesting because I didn't even realize there were so many different forms of bullying. So I'm going to go ahead and come over here to the Q&A section, and we're going to pull up some stuff that was said and some questions. So first one I'm going to come up would be AJ wrote a comment about micro passive bullying is harder to tell now these days, but makes us feel uncomfortable when it happens. Which I thought was,
that is so true, Melissa. And thank you, AJ Dublin, for saying that. It really is true. And I'm not in school anymore, and my daughter is not, but I see it on different apps. I see it in the workplace, that micro passive, and to me, it's almost that very condescending kind of conversation. People like you don't really know what you're talking about. Things like that, where it makes you feel uncomfortable, and then you think about it. Yes. Don't, you know what? That's just etiquette, right? The micro passive bullying. AJ, I've always had this saying, even as a little kid: why would I say anything that would hurt someone's feelings? And it was weird when I was told, well, you may think that way, Adrian. You have a caring heart, but not everyone. Some people, that's what they love to do. They love to say anything to make someone feel hurt, to make them uncomfortable, to know that they're going home. Maybe misery loves company, and that's what's going on. So we have to, but we have to, when we're told about this, take it seriously, because micropassive bullying it's harder to tell, and it's hurtful, and sometimes it's even hidden in the sarcasm.
Yeah.
Thank you, AJ. I appreciate that. Melissa, did you want to add anything?
Well, something that also came to my mind when I saw AJ's thing about the micropassive bullying. Um, we were at an event sharing about What We Are the Others, and somebody stopped by the booth and shared about his sexual orientation and how he was bullied for it, and it broke my heart of having him just talk about the bullying he went through, and he broke down, just started crying, and just had a moment. And all of us that were at the booth, just to be able to be present with this young man and let him know that he's accepted and here and we welcome him. And it was one of those things where, like, you're seeing so much right now in society where bullying is just accepted, or it's not even being recognized it's bullying anymore. So that's what was coming up to me when I saw that message.
Oh, so true. So true. Some of that is also, well, we didn't invite you to the party because we didn't think you'd want to come. Or oops, oopsie, we forgot to CC you again. Or, oh, well, you actually did a good job on that. Surprise, surprise. And some could be even considered withholding praise. The eye rolling, right? That, like, oof, ooh, 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 ooh. Or this one, Melissa. Melissa, let's circle back to something more realistic. So the thing with it is that I feel, AJ, that we have enough, like imposter syndrome. Yes, I have it. I own it. Like, that is something I do have. I work on it every single day. So if you do things like micropassive bullying to me, it's going to create self-doubt for me too. Now I'm like going to be questioning myself. Did I just overreact? What's going on? And it's really hard to prove, like, it's such a harmful thing, when someone says, that's not what I meant, or, I wasn't talking to you. God, I really do see it every day. And it does foster a toxic culture of fear. So I do not like that. So name it privately and specifically. So when you could say, hey, I noticed I wasn't included in the last 2 emails. Can we talk about it? Is there a reason? Document patterns. So you do want to take it seriously, is what I want to say. Micropassive bullying is the art of making someone feel invisible without ever raising your voice. Why would anyone want to do that? Any other questions,
Yep,
Melissa?
we got a couple more. Next one actually came up from, let me get over to Sue. Asked this question: Are most bullies being bullied themselves?
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I think that that's what we heard growing up, right? Oh, if you're a bully, you're bullying someone else. And I don't know if there's a set answer, but I would say that that yes, they have experienced some kind of bullying or trauma, but not all. And sometimes it may be just how that they have parents that are monsters. I have to say, I am a co-host for True Crime, and we run it 2 days a week. So I'm like, look, talking about true crime, and the difference with our program is that we talk about the crime, but we also have a good discussion with live people in the audience, and that really does help to understand, like, what's going on. So yes, a lot of people that and that are also our murderers were bullied when they were. A lot of mass shooters were identified as being bullied, or identified that that they make fun of their sexual preference. Like, that is something that we see a lot. And being bullied, though, does not excuse bullying. It just helps explain it, Sue. So some bullies have been bullied at home, school, previous workplaces. They might use it as a coping mechanism. Like, I'm gonna reclaim control. You bullied me. Now I'm gonna bully little Johnny, and I'm gonna make myself feel powerful. I'm not gonna be vulnerable again, but let Johnny be the one that's vulnerable. And in psychology, it's called displaced aggression. But some bullying behavior comes from a desire for social dominance or control. That kid just wants to be in control, wants to lead the classroom, and that's the only way. He needs to be taught how to be a leader and not to lead that way. Also, insecurity.
Mm,
Insecurity masked as arrogance. So when you see someone, even as adults, and someone says, "Oh, they're so arrogant," I really question that. It may not be. It may just be insecurity. Learn behavior from parents, coaches, toxic workplace. All of that happens. If you hear your mother or your father talking to each other, your parents, whoever's in the house, the siblings, if you hear them talking to each other in a negative way, you may think that's acceptable. And in all honesty, I'm just going to say it, Melissa, I would not have my children listen to some of the politics that are taking place because you don't want to have your child thinking, oh, I can turn around and say terrible Teddy and give everyone a name. As a matter of fact, just so you know, Melissa, I do the opposite. I say marvelous Melissa, and I give everyone a positive adjective. I don't do anything that would be negative and harmful, but they may hear that and they may hear that from someone that is admired. So we have to be careful of that. So you know what? The only thing we could say is choose kindness instead. Yes, Sue, hurt people is often true, but not a free pass. I hope that answers the question.
yep. Something I was actually wondering about was doxing. You mentioned doxing. You're thinking, be honest, I've actually never heard that term before. And what was coming to my mind, and I don't know if this is the same thing, but I was thinking of the mother and daughter elected, or they were the people who worked in election, and they questioned the things, and then it was like all of a sudden, the, they won the lawsuits and everything else, but it was like somebody or a couple of somebody's found their information, put their address on, on social media. Now they're being harassed at their house. They had to move from their house. They were, moving around, and everywhere that they kept going, their address kept being posted online. And so, like, mobs of people kept setting death threats and hate mail and all that other stuff. And I was just thinking, is that an example of doxing?
100%.
Got it.
100%. These keyboard warriors that out there and they're like, oh, we've got this address here. 100%. And I think that they were also able to sue. I think they had a
Yes.
civil lawsuit
Yep.
on it. So that is yes, yes, and what like giving out someone's address, saying this is the person. What do you want? That you want others to intimidate them. So the harm is right there. So it can escalate too. Doxing definitely can escalate into stalking, harassment, physical threats. When you think about it, back in the day before we had the internet, people would write in the, Sally likes to kiss, call her at this number, and it would be written in the lavatory, stall, right on the
Yeah.
door. Same kind of thing, but now
Got
it's
it.
in real life where there, things go on. And then so sad too. The other part of it, Melissa, is that photos. So now with AI, so we had a teacher here in Holly Hill who was just arrested because he was taking his kids' pictures and then using AI to put them in sexual positions. So, I mean,
Oh.
yes, it's so hard to even think about that. But with AI, so little Sally takes a photo of Johnny and then takes that photo, makes Johnny naked, and then doxes him. So Johnny's like, wait a second, I never. But everyone's like, Johnny, of course you did. Look at your photo. And Johnny's like, no, I never did. And then he's got to go through, he's got to file it. He's got to report it. Very serious to report it. You really, like when I say this, I'm not fooling around. Report, report, report. Because if they're doing it to Johnny, they're doing it to the other kids too. So be mindful of that. Be mindful of your kids can get a video saying, hey, you know what? Giving massages is a great like part-time job. And it could even, I mean, they could even fake it and have a TV reporter telling kids that, so and so is looking for, people to massage. I mean, it's crazy. So we have to be careful. The biggest thing is talking to our kids. So doxing, when exposing documents, becomes a becomes a weapon.
Wow. I know we are short on, short on time, but I did have one question, and if you want to answer this one later, that's fine. But I wanted just to go ahead and throw this out there because you may know this or whatnot. But this was, do you know how the big platforms like Meta or the social media platforms, how are they addressing bullying, especially since you're talking about these AI images and people. Do you know if they have policies? Do you know if they're actually being proactive about it, or are they being reactive about it, or ignoring it? Do you know if there anything is happening in that space?
So they should have a safety department where these things are taken seriously. Definitely report. I know that when I've reported, Meta does a fantastic job of getting back to you. They do take it seriously. We see it a lot on Clubhouse, where they've also had to come up with a plan. So I think any internet service, X, Blue Sky, whatever it is, they should have safety plan. And I think the schools have to have a safety plan on what to do, and you have to have the rules, the
Mm-hmm.
consequences, and keep it zero tolerance. That's really important.
Yep. I do know internally for Watto, because we also have our online community as well. We have an area where people can submit to a moderator if there was anything going on. But I would, on a personal level, anything that we could do to be beefing up that space. So if there ever is any questions or concerns, people know that our space is designed to keep people safe. So um, that is it where we are at time, because I want to give people a little bit of a break. So I just want to, first of all, thank Adrienne for her time, for being here with us. If you've heard anything of like what she shared, think about some ways that you can take action. Think of things that you can do, whether it may just be a small thing, or being aware of maybe how you talk about yourself or talk about others. Is there maybe a way that you are engaging someone that the other person may feel like they're being bullied? And whether it could be the way you're talking, maybe sarcastic, or it could be not including somebody. So anything along those lines. So that would be my request. Think of those things. I'm going to send over those resources that she has shared. And I realize I actually am not even showing myself here on the screen, so I'm sorry about that, guys. But let me get back over to me. I realize like you guys are not seeing me. Okay, me. Oh, we don't want the. I'm gonna put that away. So we're gonna go ahead and be taking a break to the top of the hour. And I'm excited because Marit Slopes is going to be speaking. And if I said the name incorrectly, please forgive me on that. I've been doing a lot of tongue twisting with names today. But she's going to become speaking, and her talk is going to be dealing about like stress and how we're going to be able to recognize stress, what's going on, and especially in our current climate, how we can just. And I'm always myself. I'm thinking about like when stress levels continue to rise, it's almost like a frog in a pot, and you don't realize until like the water is boiling and the frog's been sitting here just enjoying the water. So, what does that look like personally, but also like what's happening as a society? And and so we get a chance to explore, talk a little bit with her, and we'll be back at the top of the hour and go grab something to drink. And we may start a minute or two late just because I want to make sure people get a chance to take a quick break, but we'll be starting shortly. See you in a bit. Oops, I just hit the wrong button. That's funny. Timer.
Okay, and then I just go right more.
You don't, well, you probably don't even need that because if you maximize it, See how it says share? You're going to be able to share.
Okay.
We're almost there. We have just about 58 seconds left before we're going to start. So, and I will introduce you. So we have today, I'm really excited to introduce you, Merritt. Okay, beautiful.
All right,
Can you hear
everybody.
myself?
It
Hi,
is.
Merritt.
Marit, good morning.
Sorry about that. I had the name wrong. That was my
That's
fault.
okay. It's hard to pronounce.
Merritt.
Yes, thank you.
All
It's
right.
beautiful, just like you are.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Let's go
All
ahead
right,
and
Melissa, we're good.
yeah, we're gonna bring Adrian back in, and then we're gonna get started.
Okay.
Well, we do have some people live on Chatter Social too, so we appreciate them. And thank you, Lisa, for the donation. That's very, very, very lovely. Recognizing mental distress in your community. I don't think there could be more important conversation. Merit will guide us through the signs of mental distress and how we can better be equipped to notice when someone is silently struggling. And as a trauma informed therapist, Merit blends clinical insight with compassion. And today she's helping us, all of us together, how to better support those around us. So I'm very excited about this conversation. Go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. I'm just sharing my screen with you guys.
All right. Give me just a second. I'm gonna grab that. grab that so then everybody can see. I'm not seeing the screen share. I'm seeing it up there, but I'm not seeing, there it is.
Can you see it?
Yep, we're good. It's all yours.
Beautiful. Okay. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Marie Sloves, and I am from Meridian Health. And what we do most of the day is trauma-focused therapy. And today I want to share with you a little bit of information about, how can we help the community building resilient and getting some hope when it comes to trauma. So years ago, trauma was, if we went to Vietnam or Afghanistan, now we know that trauma is life was a certain way, something happened, and life is not the same. So life is not the same is where we see, a lot of the community member are struggling, and, we'll go through some of the steps and how can we help them really to become more resilient and to gain some hope. So what are we going to focus today is really understanding mental health, recognizing community distress, building resilience together, and supporting vulnerable population. So I just took a little bit of vulnerable population. Of course, we have so many more. But, we see that we have, the immigration fears these days and, economical instability and discrimination. These are the things that can be very, very anxiety provoking to people. And when I'll go through what are the trauma symptoms, you will see that probably most of us has either small trauma or big trauma, but it is much more common than people think, right? Senior citizen that struggle with financial, they struggle with isolation. We have, targeted groups that facing discrimination and hate. We have people that, and I see it in our practice, that many times they will come and they will say, oh, we just feel sad. But then when we go into the history, we see that they had, trauma upon trauma upon trauma. And the only way to go through trauma is really to go through it, not around it. But as a community, we can do it in what we call the sense of belonging, which I will explain a little bit later. So, some of us obviously have the pre-existing, vulnerabilities that are just amplified by current stressors, right? Sometimes we call it complex trauma. We have family separation that disrupts attachment and stability. We have a lot of economic uncertainty that affects the basic needs. And, if we look at the hierarchy of needs by Maslow, we're talking about roof and food and really the education. We're not even talking about how can we be self-actualized. We're talking about basic needs that people can, struggle with. Some people have, they don't know how to access, help. Sometimes there's a language barrier, which limited communication with mental health providers, which will just for you to know, we can always have a translator in the room to help these people. It's very hard when there's a language barrier and you need to talk about your deepest, emotions and vulnerabilities when it's not in your, native tongue. We have cultural stigma that, prevents people, seeking behavioral health. We're trying to to take the stigma and really more to normalize it and more to externalize it, that if you have trauma, it's slice of you, but it's not you, right? But many times we hear people that say, it was so hard for me to come because in my culture, it's not something that is acceptable, or the language. Lack of insurance coverage makes treatment financially very, very difficult. So just for us to know as a community, most of the mental health agencies have what we call practicum students. And the practicum students are the students that are working towards their hours for their degree. And they are very, very closely monitored by the supervisor or the clinical supervisor. So many times when people don't have insurance, we'll say, okay, how about a practicum student, which is either very small fee or we are able to waive the fee. So that's a great resource for the community. Sometimes people are not realize it. So if you will go to the main agencies in town and you look at the staff, including our agency, you will see practicum students. And that's our way to help the community. Okay, let's look at mental health distress signs, okay? So when we go through trauma, in general, few things are happening to our brain. First thing that happens is the brain is not communicating well, meaning that the neurotransmitters are not sending the appropriate amount of mood stabilizers among each other. Think about it as like the communication center. So people start to feel, sad and depressed. And many times people think, oh, it's a behavior, but it's really the outcome of my brain is not producing what I need in order for me to feel emotionally regulated, right? Then there's a part of the brain that's called the amygdala, and the amygdala is the part of the brain that is responsible for fight, flight, freeze. And we become more irritable. We feel danger, 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 danger. And other people might think that we are overreacting, but we're not. We're responding to the enlarged amygdala that is signaling us danger, danger. So it's really important to understand, what are the distress sign, because one of the things that I hear many times from people who had trauma, they say to me, people say, just get over it. And it's not as simple. It's like someone else say to someone, oh, just get over your diabetes, right? So to really educate people and normalize it, that it's, the behavior is a symptom for a deeper syndrome. And a lot of people will be much more open if we can frame it as more of a medical condition, which it is. So let's go through some physical symptoms, right? Headaches, sleep disturbance, appetite change, chronic pain, without any medical cause, okay? So let's talk about the sleep disturbance. Trauma can be processed organically through our sleep cycle during the REM stage, the rapid eye movement stage. However, people with trauma do not enter the REM stage to process it. So it's almost like, yeah, you have a gift of the sleep cycle, but then you don't hit the right stage in order for us to organically, process it, right? Some of you probably heard about EMDR, which is eye movement desensitization process, which is we are mimicking the REM stage of the sleep cycle at the office in order for us to process the trauma. There are some group EMDRs that we can offer to the community. So physical symptoms are real. Behavioral shifts, withdrawal, substance use. Many times people, hard for them to feel what they feel and they numb it with substance. Aggression, difficulty concentrating, work performance decline, okay? We would like to really look at the crisis indicator, right? Hopelessness, suicide thoughts, self-harm, or expressing feeling overwhelmed. So many times, community members will not be transparent about suicide thoughts because their fear, if I'll tell anyone that I am suicidal, they will send me to Reno Behavioral, they will send me to the hospital. But maybe to help them understand that if they have suicide thoughts, if it's maybe passive or active and they don't have a plan and they don't have a mean and they don't have intent, it's a different, treatment. Then we can work on a safety plan. We can meet them more for support. But we do see that many times people will underreport the crisis indicators. Well, emotional change. Well, I should go 1, 2, 3, 4, but doesn't matter. Persistent sadness, anxiety, irritability, and a lot of emotional numbness. People will say, I just don't care. I am irritable. Someone said good morning to me and I'm just irritable and I'm unkind. Again, we're not unkind. Our brain is not on the, on the setting that will help me to be the person that I want to be. And here we go more into the community, which is social isolation, avoiding community activity, breaking relationships, refusing help or support. And this one is a difficult one because part of, stress and trauma is that I don't want to do anything. And now I'm saying to someone, oh, in order for you to get better, you have to go to community activities. And they say, but you don't hear me. I don't have the motivation to do it. So a little tip that we can help the community, members is to help them reframe motivation, that motivation is not, do I feel like it or not? I think that most of us, at least that's how I grew up. Do you feel like it? Do it. Do you feel like going to the gym? Do it. If you don't, it's okay. Motivation is not an emotional question or answer. Motivation is based on morals and values. Is this healthy for you to go? Can we put, 2 goals for the week, 1 flexible goal, 1 core goal, so the members will feel that they have some autonomy and the member will feel that they're part of the decisions. But we see with the social isolation is very, very, very common with people with trauma. So how do we, reach out to them? How do we normalize it and externalize it, right? It's not, who you are. It's what happened to you. I don't know if you were able to read the Oprah Winfrey, book about trauma, but she was very much into the reframing that this is not my identity, this is something that happened to me. And then we can work on other things that people have as a strength. Okay, how do we support our most vulnerable community? Okay, so before we go into this, I just want to share with you some orientation that is very helpful to give people hope and to help them become more resilient. And it's called, and we don't need to be clinicians to work through it. I think it will make sense to all of us. I just put it in kind of maybe nice words, but it's called logotherapy. Logotherapy is an orientation that was coined by Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning. And logo is meaning and finding meaning in life, okay? And he talks about that one of the most important things to find meaning in life, because, happiness is a big word. I don't even know. We always joke that the pursuit for happiness is the source for unhappiness, right? So when we talk about community and how can we help the most vulnerable people to support them, the one thing is a sense of belonging. Okay, we all have to belong somewhere, right? If you look at Noah's Ark, 2 of each. Sense of belonging creates support. And especially if, we are struggling with similar things. Oh, Johnny has a similar struggle. I'm not, the only one. So part of finding meaning, there are three parts, but the part that I want to, really, really focus today is through experiences. Experiences as sense of belonging. And it doesn't have to be a lavish experience, right? It can be a group. It can be learning how to appreciate sunrise or sunset, appreciate simple things in life, because many times when the community is in distress, when the people are in distress, it's very hard for them to see other than what the narrative is telling them, right? And many times when we do the exceptions of, okay, what are the things that you can be grateful for? And we're doing it in a group setting, and we have activities, even if we don't talk about trauma, because we need kind of to build rapport among the group members. That's a very, very important part of finding a meaning in life. Oh, on Tuesday, I can go to this community event, and on Wednesday, and now I met this friend and this friend. So something to think about. How do we really, really supporting them is through experiences. It can be even experiences of hike. But that's what we see, that people find meaning in life when they have a sense of belonging. And we all know that if we don't find a healthy sense of belonging, sometimes we'll find an unhealthy sense of belonging. So just wanted to share with you. If you're curious to know about the other two meaning for us to know is, one is, our mindset. To be mindful of my inner dialogue, because the quality of my life is aligned with the quality of my thoughts. So that's, another sense of, which takes a little bit longer, rather than the experience that can be an outside event to impact the inside growth by, sense of belonging. Okay, now let's go into more specifics, right? So, it's not a secret that in the past, few months, we have a lot of, immigrants that are facing raids and uncertainty. We have clients that, they ask to do telehealth. They're afraid to even come to the office. And can you imagine the stress that you have, because this is like a basic safety, right? So how can we help with the immigration trauma as a community, right? To provide safe places, for them, to offer, multilingual mental health resource accessible. It is so important for people to feel that, oh, this is feeling like home. I can speak to someone who not just understand my language, but understand my culture. It's hard to be an immigrant, and it's even harder to be an immigrant with fears. Connect families with legal advocacy support, even to create kind of like, support, and we would do like progressive dinners. Let's say this is an Hispanic group, and maybe every Saturday another family is hosting the other family. We do know that when we do things according to rituals of connection, which is intentional, meaning on Saturday, we have the progressive dinner. On Wednesday, I have a group. People can get more stabilizer faster because they have something to look forward, right? And we call it rituals of connections, because rituals have the day and the time, and it's either daily, bi-weekly, weekly, or monthly. Seniors that are struggling with basic needs, right? Just the economic anxiety, establish financial, counseling and assistance program. It's very hard, many times they're not even able to be mobile. Many times people don't even, visit them. I was always thinking that maybe part of what we can do with high schools, because they do have some community hours, is, and maybe there is, I don't know, is to, you know, go visit seniors, be with them, hear them. Some of them are just very lonely. And this is part of the creating the social connections opportunities. And, you know, provide healthcare navigation support services. So, for example, a lot of the things now is on the computer. This is a different generation. This is a generation that is very overwhelmed, doesn't even know how to do it, right? We have a client that wanted to access Medicaid. He said, I don't want to do it until I'm getting my green card because I'm really worried. He got his green card and he said, I don't know how to do it. I don't speak English very well. So Medicaid has a line. Medicaid has appointments with bilingual people. So I think that there are, you know, more, you know, support than sometimes I know. And do we all know what, you know, what are the supports, right? So maybe to let the community know what is the support. And of course, build inclusive community safe spaces, right? When we're talking about, identity-based trauma. So identity pie is to know who I am and be okay with this is very important for our mental health. And many times the society is dictating what's right, what's wrong, and there are consequences. And I think that if we're able to build inclusive communities, safe spaces, people will be able to be more authentic. And we do know when people are authentic, when people feel safe, their mental health is more intact. Well, develop cultural competency in providers. So I'm an MFT, and the MFT board, I think 3 years ago, put part of our CEUs have to be about cultural competency. And I think it's a wonderful thing. It is so important to know that in this culture, it's okay. In the other culture, they might get, offended or hurt. And it's so important for us to expand the lens and understand that different is neutral. It's not good, it's not bad, it's just neutral. And I think that with cultural competency, we can, really, really dive into how different culture have beautiful things to, to offer, but we have to be educated about it. And foster interfaith, and intercultural dialogue, which I know that there are more these days in the community, but again, this is the inclusive. We want to create activities that are joining rather than a split. So we will feel part of the community. So trauma-informed community approach, okay? So the core principles is to creating physically and psychologically safe environment while building trust and promoting, collaboration. So trust is really, really important with our community members. And when you look at vulnerable groups, it's very hard for them to trust. Even sometimes when, we build rapport with community members, it can take up to 90 days because many of us has, history of trust issue. Many of us have trust issue, with certain, with ICE, with the police, so building trust while offering a safe environment is really, really important. And to talk about it, yes, I know that maybe at times you experiences, events or incidents that it was hard for you to trust. However, we want to offer you something else. I think that it's important to talk about kind of the white elephant in the room, because then people feel validated, right? So of course, safety first, right? the physical and emotional safety, and it can be through support group. It doesn't have to be through therapy groups. It can be through support groups. Of course, we want to make sure that physically, they're okay, and emotionally, they are safe. So how do we know if someone is emotionally safe, right? That's a very wide, spectrum. The main thing is when we recognize if there is a lot of aggression, right? If there's aggression towards other community members, then we have to work with a person, individually. So when we talk about safety, we're talking about, is the person emotionally safe? Is it physically safe? Is it safe for others? Then once we ensure safety, we can go to growth. But think about it, if we don't have safety, there's no growth, right? If I'm fearful of something, I can be in thriving, I'll be in surviving mode. Prevent re-trauma, yes. To really be mindful that sometimes we re-traumatize people in services without any bad intentions. So there are two schools of how we treat trauma, right? One school, and they're all both wonderful. One school is we go to the touchstone event of the trauma, let's say that happened maybe in 1980, we desensitize it, we process it, and we move forward. Not everyone would like to go to the event. Not everyone would like to speak to us about what happened because they feel that it's re-recording the trauma in the brain because, the brain is a tape recorder, right? Records. Second school said, we don't always have to go to the event that happened. Maybe we can explore how trauma is visiting us today. And that's more of how do we move forward, or why did it happen to us? Both schools, have room. It really depends on the client. It really depends. Sometimes people don't know what was the trauma, but they do fit the criteria for trauma, right? Because trauma is either being recorded in your brain from age 3 or in your cells from utero. So when we are offering community support for trauma, maybe it will be helpful for us just to look at, okay, what are the possible, components that will re-traumatize, right? So let's say if you do a group for, I don't know, domestic violence, right? For women, sometimes a male therapist can be a trigger for them. So we always check. Sometimes it can be wonderful that the male therapist can show them that, or male, support group can show them that, oh, I'm a man and I can be safe for you. But we have to take into consideration many, many things. So obviously community collaboration, include community, voices, build on existing strength and foster peer support networks. Many times peer support is the first step for people to get help. Not everyone, and remember, there's the cultural components, the trauma, not everyone is willing right away to go into a support group. Maybe there is someone that we can identify in the community that went through trauma and speaks Spanish, or speak the language that, the community person, is speaking, and we can share with them. It's almost like an AA sponsor, right? That they call, they check on them. It's a very meaningful, role. Remember, when we talk about finding experiences in life, when we look at logotherapy, how do we find meaning in life? One of them is the experiences that, what is my role in the community that is bigger than myself? Okay, so how do we foster peer support networks? How do we even get into this, people that need support? Many times they will not even, access us, or they don't know how, or there's shame about trauma. So really, really to create a bridge between, you know, our community members and us, the people that can help them. So I think that if we're looking at recognition, right, you know, we have recognition, response, and resilience, right? Recognition is to identify the trauma symptoms and the community impacts. Then the response is implement, you know, the cultural responsive intervention strategies. And cultural is really, really important, as we all know. And culture does not have to be only, it can be any cohort. It doesn't have to be I'm from here and you're from there. You know, we can both, you know, born in this country and have very, very different culture of the family of origin. And the resilience, you know, how do we build community capacity and healing? How do we create these events for people to say, I'm not alone? There are other people that I can go and I can meet, and my voice will be heard and my emotions will be validated, which we know that's a safe place in any relationship, right? When my voice is being heard, my emotions are being validated, that's a tool of building rapport right away. So, you know, let's look at, you know, what can we do, right, in order for us to be a little bit more intentional. So obviously the phase one, right, we have to do an assessment, right? And it's comprehensive community mental health needs assessment. In a perfect world, we will take every community member, we'll do an assessment, and then we'll do quote unquote treatment plan. It's not always easy. So I don't always need a comprehensive assessment. Sometimes I just speak to a person, and from what they share with me, I know that they are in distress. Okay. Well, obviously, I don't know how much we can survey, you know, this vulnerable population. Where do we find them? But what, you know, what we would like is to have some of data and information, right? And how do we map the resource for them? Phase two is really, really important, and it's training, you know, development, which I am very, very passionate about it. And it's trained advocates and leader in trauma-informed approaches. There are certain things that we don't ask. There are certain things that we don't bring up. We have to meet the community member where they are. Until they're ready to talk to me about trauma, I'm not even going to touch it, right? So to really, you know, have a training manual, okay? It doesn't have to be big. It just has to be informed. How do we, you know, implement the phase three, right? So it would be great if the community, you know, can work with mental health providers. Many of us will do it as a volunteer work because this is part of finding meaning in life, to do something that is bigger than myself, and to really work together to write these support programs, right? And then to do the peer support programs and groups, and you know, establish crisis intervention protocols and teams, or at least will give you know, the community members resources. Where can they find help after hours? And how, you know, human it is for all of us to have difficult times. Again, normalizing, right? So then the phase four, evaluation enhancement, you know, evaluate outcomes and enhance service delivery, you know, system. So we see that, you know, sometimes there are groups that are more, you know, taking off more, some of them are not. Some people are, you know, giving feedback. This is helpful, this is not helpful. You know, it would be great if we can have feedbacks forms even in their own language. And really be able to measure, what is the community mental health outcomes? How many people are willing to access? What hinders them from, to access? What is the most successful? I might think, oh, the most successful one is maybe a group. But some people say to me, I'm not a group person. So how do we support them with one-on-one services? So to refine the program based on the community feedback. I think that when we ask feedback from the community members, other than they can help us to grow, what they can do is they feel that they are matters. Their opinion is important. So we always try to, seek for a feedback to know how can we feed forward and do things, differently. So, we can, track things, improvement, community mental health. I think that you probably are doing it in this particular environment. I know there is a lot of resources. The main thing, if you look at bullet, number 3, is to enhance community social cohesion and support. Events, open invitation. Thinking and asking the members, what will be the most helpful for you? Sometimes if they don't know, they'll say, oh, I don't know. So I can offer them, okay, do you think that maybe one-on-one, you think maybe this is, a start for going into a group? How many people you prefer to have in the group? All of these things are really, really important. So really to strengthen partnership between healthcare and community organizations, which I'm hoping that we'll be able to do it. At least we are very much eager to help the community. And I know that I have a lot of friends who are therapists, and, we have the same vision about the community. So healing happens in community and in relationships with others. We do know that healing cannot occur in isolation. Communities that are coming together to support their most vulnerable members create the conditions for collective resilience and recovery from trauma. And hoping that we'll be able to build hope together. So that's my presentation. And I would love to hear, any questions. Let me just stop sharing for a second. Okay. And I am here to any questions, any suggestions, anything that you would like to know.
Well, a couple things. First of all, thank you very much for sharing. I've got notes here going on. And just,
I can email you the presentation too.
yeah, on a very personal level, one of the things that's coming up for me, because WADA, We Are the Others, is about creating this community space. And actually, I took a note on this. I'm going to go ahead and I'll bring it up on this thing of, let's see. You mentioned you had the title Recognizing Mental Health Distress Signs. And then one of the subcategories you had was social isolation. And part of stress and trauma could be refusing help or support. And I was thinking about how we are setting ourselves up. Now I'm going to the community aspect, that's a whole other conversation, but opening ourselves up so that people who are going through challenges or needs knows that we are here, we can help them. But if they're in a state of trauma or distress, and they may or may not even realize they're in this, asking for help or refusing help or support just may not be where they are. Do you have any idea, and this may be something we can follow up as a deeper conversation, but it was like, almost like, oh, wow, that just kind of hurt my heart, because when somebody's not at a capacity, being able to ask for something, and so that's why we as a collective can help and ask on their behalf, but how we can help create that kind of a space where someone who may be going through something and that asking for help, they don't know how. I don't know how to solve for that, to be able
Right.
that they're going to be able to know that we're here. So I don't know. That was just like what came up to me, and it's just what's stirring something in me right now a deeper exploration and curiosity in that. So if you have thoughts on that, if not, great. But I wanted to plant that seed because I think that could be something your guys' organization in partnership with us, so we can really help them. And I'll be quiet now, but
Right.
that's where I'm at.
Right. And many times people, like in the theory of change, right? They're not ready to come, or they're not ready to access services. But if they know that there are, services, one day they will use them. So maybe an open invitation just to educating, hey, this is available, this is available, this is available. Open invitation, whenever you wish to do it, we will be there. So to educate them and to give them autonomy to decide when they want, to join.
Perfect.
Many times I will say to people, give me 53 minutes of your time. If you don't find it beneficial, we don't have to continue to do it. So again, autonomy is really important for people in distress, because they feel that their life is out of control.
Yeah.
So sharing with them what we have, and say, whenever you're ready, I will be there. Because sometimes you see that there is a resistance, not really resistant, because they're not ready. And then in the middle of the night, they said, oh, I remember there was a flyer. Maybe I'll call in the morning. So the resources, availability for them to know, and whenever you're ready, we will be there for you.
Excellent. That actually, it ties into another question that came in. Sue wanted to know, how can we build trust and community to those hiding from ICE? And I want to first off acknowledge I definitely had a heart touch moment of how that was important for you guys in offering telehealth, so that you're able to meet people, because I know that is a big concern with a lot of people in our community. So didn't know
Absolutely.
Sue's question. How do we build trust and community to those hiding from ICE?
So, and I don't know if it's possible, but sometimes we will go to their home. We always say mental health is not about location and a time, right? It's many times it's the location when I feel safer is in my home. Do we have home visits? Do we have a connection to help them understand that you don't have to go outside. We can come to you as a support, and this alleviates a lot of the fear.
Good.
And we can do telehealth as well.
Excellent. Now, would you have any thoughts for somebody who, this is kind of tagging in on Sue's thing, who doesn't have a background in mental health, but they want to be a support person, for someone in this, that, like, we're here, we're available, we want to help create those experiences or whatever, so that they know that that sense of community for them. Is there anything that you may have in mind, again, for us non-mental health lay people, but just have caring hearts or want to be the kind, good neighbors?
Right. Let me think about it.
Yeah, and that's fine. I just wanted to throw that out there. That was just,
Yes, I think it's very important to have, the peer support, and just to remember, not every person is a group person.
Yes. That is
I hear it
true.
all the time. Okay, so how can we find the peer-to-peer
Yeah.
support?
Yeah, if you guys have any thoughts or ideas for anybody who is not a mental health person, but they want to be able to create that community and that network and that support system where we can help them feel safe, seen, secure, and supported, which are our
Yeah.
4 things with Watto. Okay.
Yeah.
I get a message. Aaron, let me know if you can hear me, because I realized I was scooting back in my chair and I kept scooting back. So I was getting farther from the mic. So Aaron sent a message on the chat thread, said she had a hard time hearing me. So give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear me now much clearer. Let's make sure all that's good. Okay. All right, I'm going to move on to some of the other ones that came up. Okay, still very quiet. Interesting. I'm literally right here at the mic. Okay. Something else that you said, and I want to bring up about training advocates and leaders in trauma-informed approaches. So is that something that your organization does as well? Because I'm thinking there's people here that are businesses or other organizations, or even us as a nonprofit, and we have our case managers. We have our first interaction when people come in. Is that something your guys' organization provides as well, or can direct an idea of where we can go so that we can't, I'm going to my coaching background, because I'm like, how we can hold that space and that container when we can have those conversations with somebody.
Well, we would love to do it. We do a lot of things like, even when the city of Reno has shooting or anything like this, Katie and I are going in and we're just helping the community. If you need any training, we just did a training at Safe Embrace, for the advocates. If you need any training, you will let me know, and Katie and I will do it willingly and lovingly with no charge.
Perfect.
This will be our thing with our community.
And for those of you who are maybe are new to this, also, their organization was actually our very, very first partnership that Watto officially got. So, so we are very much of when somebody comes and has a need with mental health or that, we want to make sure we're sending them over to our partners and to the people who are going to be able to take care of them, because Watto is the connector. We find out what the needs are,
Right.
and we connect them to the people who specialize in those needs, and we're the community that comes together. So
yeah, and more people, merrier.
exactly, exactly.
So yes, we just happen to be a trauma focused, but there are many other organizations in town that can help. But I can tell you that we would be honored to be part of this training program.
Perfect. Now, final question, because I want to honor time. Sue sent over is, how can we determine if a person feels emotionally safe?
Yes. So we use assessment tools, but if someone is not a clinician, we can't use it. Usually by, talking to them, and it's okay to ask, hey, do you have any thoughts to harm yourself or others? I think that we need to bring up that, yes, sometimes I do have these thoughts, but I'm not going to do it. Or sometimes, there's such a taboo around suicide ideation. Sometimes people will say, maybe being in another world will be easier for me. It's not. Do you know what I'm saying? So just while we are talking, and maybe educate them, sometimes when we're in such distress, we turn to think about, we have dark thoughts. Do you experience it? And when we don't talk about it, then it makes it even more of a taboo.
Yeah.
And to normalize it, we all have sometimes this type of thoughts. It doesn't mean that that's what I'm going to do. Or if I, so usually what we look for, is it active? Is it passive? Is there a mean? Is there intent? And mean, intent, and plan.
Yep.
Okay. If someone said to me, yes, listen, today at 4:00 in the afternoon, I'm going to take the knife and, turn it into 30 degrees and harm myself, then, I'm not so sure if you are a mandated reporter, but even if you're not a mandated reporter, we are human being, right? And you say, hey, I want you to stay with me until we can get to a safe place.
Yep. You said something I want to piggyback on, because I've heard this statement for years, and I know what I've been told, and I just want to get your thought on this as well, that it is okay to ask someone if they are considering hurting themselves, because there was this belief system that if you ask somebody, then that's going to plant the seed for them to do that. Which I just want your thoughts. I know mine from my background and my training, but I just want from your experience as a professional in this space, what would you tell someone who has that thoughts or belief of, oh no, I can't say this because now they're going to be thinking of suicide or harming themselves?
Right. So it's only from my experience, not research. Many times I feel that when people are in distress, this is part of the symptoms. They can go there. So many times and I do a lot of joining sentence before I'm asking, I'm normalizing, I do a joining, I don't ask it in a very, I ask it intentionally, but it's like with teenagers, right? People say, I don't want to ask my teenager if they have suicide ideation because now I will plant it in their brain. They have it either from TikTok, from their friends, from the environment, and it's part of stress, right? Hopelessness is part of trauma.
Yeah.
It's part of stress. So if this is a symptom, it's almost you go to the dentist and the dentist is afraid to ask you if you're sensitive to cold or hot when you have a cavity, right? So I feel that many times if we deliver it, right, because it's all about the delivery, less than the content, how do I ask? I think that sometimes people can have a relief when someone can understand them.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? I'm curious.
One of the things that I remember being told was it is okay to ask them, because if they were having those thoughts, it gave them permission to know that they can bring it up versus the shame, I can't bring this up.
Right.
And I literally
They
never
didn't.
thought about that. And it was all like, I had a young man who was part of our youth group, and I remember I was so scared to ask him, but I just kind of got this like dancing around in some of the things that he said, and then I remember asking him, and he broke down and he's like, yeah, and it was him, another gentleman who was a mentor to him as well, and myself went back and we approached his parents and go, okay. And he even said, he's like, and I asked him, like, can we talk to your parents about this? And he's like, yeah, but you have to be there because they're not going to believe me. And he's like, I'm pretty sure this has to, a lot of this has to do with this new medication they put him on, because he noticed the big change after medication. And his parents were insistent he had to be on this medication. And I remember getting a letter from him years later when he was in the military and how that actually saved his life. And I still have that letter to this day. So
that's very meaningful. I believe that people who do not have suicide ideation, this will not create one. But the one who has can find a lot of support by understanding and normalizing and getting them help.
Yep. So I want to wrap up here because I'm looking at time. For those of you who are watching, I went ahead and put the QR code for their organization, and then I'll send out your brochure and everything else. You guys will have access to all of the handouts. But if you guys want to reach out, you guys can contact us. We can get you connected over to them. But this is also their QR code, phone number, email, not email, but website and everything else. They're here in Nevada. So if those of you who are looking for help, you're not, we can get you connected with health, but this is specifically, their organization is here in Nevada. And with that, I just want to say thank you so much for your time and for being with us. And I'm excited to have you just in all the ways that we're going to be collaborating together. So.
Yes. Thank you very much for inviting us.
Yep. And I'm going to go ahead and hand it back to Adrienne for just a moment.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much, Merritt, for helping us better understand the emotional cues that too often go unnoticed.
Yes.
And I really appreciate you reminding us that prevention starts with presence. Really important.
Yes.
And if you haven't already, maybe share a takeaway from the conversation in the chat. We're going to take another short break right now, and then I invite you to return at the top of the hour for our next session. Amy Zellmer, who will be sharing her powerful message, Your Story is Your Superpower. So we'll see you back top of the hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, let's get the timer going, and we'll see you guys back in just a few minutes. All right, everybody, we're just wrapping up. So make sure if you grab something to eat or drink, or if you've been using the restroom, we're going to get started in just a moment. We're just counting down a couple more seconds, and I'm going to hand this over to Adrian. We're going to get started in just a moment. Counting down a couple more seconds, and I'm going to hand this over to Adrian.
Thank you so much. So your story is your superpower. I am very excited. And are we ready? Melissa, because we're back to zero. Good. I sometimes like the double zero. It's a good feeling. Okay, we are back so I can introduce Amy Zellmer to you all. Amy's a nationally recognized advocate for brain injury survivors, and a passionate voice for using your lived experience to fuel change. I'm going to repeat that. Amy's a nationally recognized advocate for brain injury survivors and a passionate voice for using your lived experience to fuel change. In this session, she'll show us how to transform personal adversity into powerful advocacy for yourself, your community, and your cause. Amy, my husband, is a brain traumatic injury. He has traumatic brain injury, I should say. So TBI, I'm really looking forward to this conversation with you. And I'm very proud. Let's take it away. Amy Zellmer.
Thank you. All right. Let me go ahead and get my screen. There we go.
Hang on just a second. Let me grab you that one because that will be.
I can't really hear you, Melissa.
I don't know. I'm literally right here by the mic. That is so interesting that I keep being told that this, and I'm like, I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, so now we go. I've got you pulled up now. So for your screen.
Okay,
share.
You can see my screen.
I
All
see
right.
your screen, and everybody should be seeing this now too.
Okay. All right. So, first of all, thank you, Melissa, for having me. I always appreciate the opportunity to share my story and help other folks in their advocacy work. So I'm really excited to be here today and share a little bit about what I have had going on. And we're going to talk about advocacy, activism, and how your story is your superpower. So I will share a little bit about my journey and what has brought me here. Back in February of 2014, I slipped on a patch of ice. And so I am originally from Minneapolis. And in this picture, you can see me holding my little Yorkie Pixie. And I was holding her as I was walking down our driveway. Our building had a fairly steep incline to it. And I thought that the driveway, it had been plowed. It looked like it had been salted and sanded. I thought everything was good. And I stepped and literally hit a patch of black ice. There was nothing I could do. My feet went out from under me. And we think I just kind of instinctively, wrapped my arms around Pixie, and therefore I landed on the back of my head. And I knew right away I wasn't okay. As soon as I got up, I was seeing stars. I had a shooting pain in my head. I literally put my hand on the back of my head expecting to see blood, but there wasn't any. It was a closed head injury. I was eventually diagnosed with a severe concussion, which I would later learn is a traumatic brain injury, or TBI. I had pretty major whiplash. I had C4 and 5 damage in my neck, which I still deal with to this day. I dislocated my sternum. I had torn muscles throughout my neck, shoulders, and chest. And I had a lot of physical injuries on top of my brain injury. And really, all the doctors were concerned about was trying to address my physical injuries. And I kept telling everyone there's something wrong. Like my short-term memory was gone. I couldn't remember literally 2 seconds ago. My short-term memory was a problem. I had a lot of brain fog. I just felt like there was cotton inside my head. I had a lot of aphasia, which is where you either can't come up with the right word, or I would say a completely wrong word, and I wouldn't always hear that I said the wrong word. So one time I was pointing to some candles. I was photographing an event, and I asked my assistant to photograph the flowers and was pointing to the candles, and she knew what had happened, and she just looked at me and she's like, "Do you mean the candles?" And I was like, "Yeah, what did I say?" So I wouldn't even hear the wrong words coming out of my mouth. So anyway, just a whole lot of cognitive problems on top of the physical problems. And it took me several years to find the right doctors. But let me go to the next slide here. So I eventually found the Minnesota Brain Injury Alliance as well as the US Brain Injury Association. And I became very actively involved with them. In this picture, I believe this was the summer, like late summer of 2019. So right before we went into COVID. And I received the Volunteer of the Year award for social change, for all my work that I have been doing online. And for me, this was a really huge honor to be acknowledged for my advocacy work that I was doing in the brain injury space. So a little bit about my advocacy journey and what has brought me here today. So as I said, I fell in February of 2014. A year later, so 2015, on my 1 year anniversary, I posted on my personal blog my story of what happened. And a friend of mine suggested that I submit it to the Huffington Post. And I was like, why? Like, who cares? And she's like, I just have a feeling. So she did the research and figured out how to get it submitted, and she helped me submit it. And this was when Arianna Huffington still owned it. And I heard back from Arianna herself within 2 hours, and she said that they wanted to run it. And it went live a couple weeks later. And when it went live, something magical happened. It went absolutely viral. I did not see that coming. I did not think people would care about my story. I kind of wrote that story as an FU to all my friends that had drifted away, because they're like, it's been 6 weeks. I don't understand why you're still talking about a concussion, yada, yada. So it went ridiculously viral on HuffPost. People started reaching out to me, thanking me for writing this article, telling me I put into words what they hadn't been able to articulate to their friends and their family, and they were sharing this article with them. And it was incredible to watch it. Like, it was just showing up everywhere on social media. And on Huffington Post, it went from like 10,000, like it started out with like 1,000 likes. And I was like, wow, that's cool. I've never had a post get 1,000 likes before. And then it was 10,000, 20,000, 50, 100,000. Like, it just went incredibly viral. And I think it's because at that time, nobody was really talking about TBI. So I continued to write. I was allowed to continue publishing on Huffington Post. I eventually turned my writing into several books. So on the top left over there, Life with a Traumatic Brain Injury and Embracing the Journey are the two books I wrote about my journey. And then the Concussion Discussions series are anthologies in which providers wrote articles. And these are providers who work specifically with TBI patients. I also began a Faces of TBI podcast. So I had already been in the podcasting space since 2008, and it was a skill that I already had. And I was like, okay, I'm going to start a podcast. There was really nothing else out there on TBI. And so that podcast has continued to grow. It has close to 300 episodes on it now. I interview survivors, caregivers, other professionals and providers. And then it led me on this advocacy journey. So again, that article went viral. People started reaching out to me. I had someone ask if I was going to be coming out. So this was like late February of 2015. Someone asked if I was going to be coming out to DC for Brain Injury Awareness Day on the Hill. And that was like March 15th. And I remember because my birthday is the 16th. So I always kind of remember the date. It's always near my birthday. And so I did a GoFundMe. I raised funds to get out there. And that's when I was first introduced to the Brain Injury Association of America. I met with my legislators at the time. It was Al Franken. And then every year since, I have gone out for Brain Injury Awareness Day. And I often go out another time of the year as well when they have a special event. So in 2017, when Trump took office the first term, and he was trying to repeal the ACA, I went out with a whole group of other advocates in the brain injury and disability space. And I wrote a piece on HuffPost. I interviewed, I believe, 25 individuals who would be impacted by the repeal of the ACA. And we printed that out and we handed it to those dozen senators who could possibly vote no, which, as we know, one of them was Senator McCain, and he voted no, and it did not pass. So that was the start of my advocacy journey. And on that trip, I was invited by MoveOn.org. They saw me on Twitter. At the time, it was Twitter. And invited me to be one of the speakers on the front lawn of the Capitol. And so that was my first real dipping my toe into activism. And I was pretty much hooked. So where that journey has led me since. At the beginning of this year on Inauguration Day, I said, I can't stay quiet. I saw how upset everybody was on Inauguration Day. People were depressed. And so I knew I had to do something. I had to use my platform. At the time on Instagram, I had about 10,000 followers. And my posts started going viral on Instagram, and my account quickly grew from 10 to 20 to 30. And now I sit at 94,000 on Instagram. And as a result of that, a few months ago, I was invited. I had never even heard of the Unfuck America tour, but they reached out to me and asked if I would be one of the creators to go on tour with them. And so we went in July, we went to Tampa, Florida to take on Charlie Kirk and his Turning Point USA. So we are trying to counter what he is doing. He has been very, very successful at recruiting college students to vote Republican. And so we are trying to take that on and be the counterculture and trying to dispel some of his mis and disinformation that they're spreading. And then I also started a new podcast because I guess I'm a serial podcaster. I started Unfiltered Dissent, which now has about 5 or 6 episodes, and you can find those on, Apple, Spotify, wherever you listen to podcasts, you can find all of my podcasts. Okay, so that's my story, my background. So now let's talk a little bit about being an advocate and making an impact. So what advocacy is and isn't. So there's 3 different terms we want to differentiate: advocacy, activism, and lobbying. So advocacy is speaking up, sharing your story, and influencing policy. So that's what I was doing through the Brain Injury Association. Activism is going to protests, direct action, civil disobedience. So that would be the MoveOn.org rally. That would be the Unfuck America tour. Those are forms of activism. And then lobbying. Lobbying is a more professional influence and typically has money behind it. There are a lot of professional lobbyists out there, and they are paid to be lobbyists. I know our Minnesota Brain Injury Association has 2 full-time lobbyists on their staff. So, what advocacy can look like? That can be writing emails, calling legislators' offices, attending town halls, posting, excuse me, on social media, and meeting with your lawmakers. Did I skip a slide? Let me go back here. Nope. Okay. So who do you talk to? So it's important to understand who you need to talk to depends on what it is, what topic that you are trying to lobby or advocate for. So you have local lawmakers, you have state, and you have federal. So at the local level, that's going to be like your city council, your school board. At the state level, you have your state representatives. So some states you've got your House and your Senate. Some states they're called representatives. Some states they're called legislators. Different states have different terms, but basically you have House and Senate. And then at the federal level, those are the ones who work in Washington, D.C. Those are, again, House and Senate. So your representative, your Congress people, or your senators. So, for example, if you're trying to advocate about healthcare, that could be a state or a federal level. And if you're trying to influence something in the schools, that's going to be more of your local level or maybe your state level. What activism looks like. So there's just subtle nuances, right, between advocacy and activism. So activism might be marching at a protest, holding signs at rallies, or even outside a lawmaker's office. Civil disobedience, which could be a sit-in, it could be blocking traffic, organizing community actions, using your platform to raise awareness, and engaging in mutual aid. So there's essentially 3 ways to be heard in your advocacy realm when you're trying to reach your lawmakers: email, phone calls, and in-person or Zoom meetings. So let's talk a moment about meetings. You can go out to Washington, D.C., and you can schedule meetings with your senators and your congresspeople. At a state level, you can go to your state capital and schedule meetings. And oftentimes, if you live like in a more rural area, you don't live near the capital, oftentimes those lawmakers have an office in their hometown. So you can sometimes also schedule a meeting with them there. They have gone, they're becoming more accepting of Zoom meetings as well, because they realize that their constituents sometimes aren't able to travel. It is the one silver lining of COVID, right? That we have come to utilize Zoom in a more meaningful way. So this is a sample email script. It's really simple. People think emailing, calling, and meeting their legislators is so intimidating, but it's really not that intimidating. It's not that complicated. This is a very simple script for an email. Dear legislator, my name is, and I'm a constituent from whatever city you live in. I'm writing to urge you to, and then this is your ask, and we're going to get into this in a minute, but this would be your ask. This would be, I've been kind of using the big, beautiful bill as an example. Fortunately, it passed, but this could have been where you were asking them not to pass the bill. And then this issue matters to me because, and this is where you put in your story. And like I said, we're going to get into this in just a minute. And then simply thank them for their time, and then sign your name. And then on the phone, and the phone can actually be really, really impactful. Especially if you live in a red district. And it's not as intimidating as you think it might be. It's actually quite easy. You're oftentimes going to get voicemail, or you're just going to get a staffer. And a staffer is going to answer the phone, and you're simply going to say, "Hi, my name is, I live in whatever city or district, and I'm calling to urge Senator so-and-so to support or not support the bill or the issue at hand. And this is really important to me because," and have just a 30-second soundbite of your story. And please make sure they hear from me. And using the word constituent is important. Constituent simply means you live in their district and can vote for them. And you should only be calling your representatives. You should not be calling others. You should only be calling the ones that you are a constituent of. But sometimes their voicemails get full and sometimes their emails get full. And that is a strategy that a lot of the icky senators and representatives use, so that they can't hear from you. So just keep trying the phone, keep trying the email. And a note, because some people talk about sending letters. Here's the thing about sending letters, especially at the national level. State level's a little bit different, state by state. Everything has to get opened. If it is in an envelope, every single thing gets opened and screened through security to ensure there's nothing in it, that there's no threats, etc. So if you are going to utilize the mail, send a postcard. Postcards don't have to be opened. They just simply get looked at, make sure there's not a threat on it, and then they are given to the lawmaker that you're sending it to. So don't ever send letters, cards, packages, etc. They are not likely going to get to the person. Postcards are much more effective at the nation's capital. All right, now let's talk about meeting with your lawmaker. You have scheduled an in-person meeting. I'm going to encourage you to bring a one-page handout. And on that handout, you can put your picture, you can put your name, address, and phone number and email. That just shows that you're a constituent, you live in their district. And then you can have some bullet points on that one-page handout. You can have the issue that you want them to support or not support, and then a few bullet points of your story. You're going to share with them a 2-minute story, no more than 2 to 3 minutes. You're going to make your ask very clear, asking them to support or not support that bill. And then you're going to thank them for the time, and then you can follow up with a thank you email. So let's talk, excuse me, I'm going to take a quick sip. We're going to talk a little bit about crafting your story. Because as I've said, your story is your superpower. Your story is what will help them remember you, and it will help them relate to you and the issue at hand. So first of all, you're going to come up with your 60-second personal commercial. You want a 30 to 60-second commercial that you can rattle off at any given moment. So when you're leaving that voicemail on the phone or talking to the aide, you have that 30-second commercial. If you happen to run into that legislator in the hallway and you have an opportunity to talk to them, you have it, it's rehearsed. So we're going back to the basics of journalism: who, what, when, where, why, and how. So provide your name and where you live. Again, we want to make sure they know you are a constituent. So describe your brain injury or whatever it is that your story is. So describe what happened, how it happened, and how things have changed for you or are changing. So give really specific examples. So for an example, rather than saying, I have cognitive processing problems, what does that mean, right? Instead of that, you want to give an example. Since my TBI, I have trouble using anything with touch buttons, such as my microwave or an ATM machine. So when you give those specific examples, they can relate to it better. This helps establish your credibility because you are the expert on your life and your story. So that is your 60-second commercial. This also, once you have this honed in, this helps open the dialogue between you and your family, your friends, your doctor, whoever it is that you're talking to. You have this very well rehearsed and practiced speech that you can give your opinion to your neighbors and try your neighbors, your friends, whoever it is you're talking to, and try to help them understand from your point of view why you think X, Y, or Z should be passed or not passed. Again, it helps establish your credibility. And this is a tool that you can tweak and adapt based on the audience that you're speaking to. So maybe you get to speak with the media. Maybe you get to speak in front of a group like this, like you get to do a summit. So this is a tool that you can then use and tweak and modify based on who you are talking to. So we want to pick a problem. You want to pick one problem that you're facing. What do you want to raise awareness about, and what is your goal of that? So again, going back like to the ACA and Medicaid, maybe that is a problem you're facing. You are a real life example of someone who might be losing Medicaid with the passing of that bill. So you want to bring your awareness to that. And what is your goal? You want them to vote no on the bill or whatever that is. So describe a real life example of the problem and how it impacts you and your life. And maybe it's not you directly. Maybe it's your child. Maybe it's your grandmother. Maybe it's your next door neighbor. So whoever it is, giving real life examples of that. Avoid playing the blame game. People love to play the blame game, but that just causes defensiveness. You just simply want to talk about the problem at hand. So some examples of the problem could be Medicaid, feeling invisible, doctors that are dismissive, friends and family who won't listen to you. These were all examples for when I give this presentation to folks with TBI. And then you want to offer a solution. What do you want them to do about the issue? So describe the change that you want and how it will improve your situation or whomever's situation it is, and be specific. Or if you don't have the answer, if you don't know what the solution could be, ask them if they will work with you to try to help find a solution. Ask them for a commitment. Are they going to do what you have asked them to do? And if not, what else could they do for you? So if you're asking them, can I count on you to vote no on this bill? Try and get a commitment out of them, especially, if you know that they're against the bill. And then maybe even ask them, well, what could I do to change your mind? So some examples, if you want them to listen to you, have patience with you, acknowledge that your problems are real. And if you're talking to a doctor, so if you've adapted the story for talking with your doctor, asking that doctor if they can give you a referral if they're not able to help you. So just, ways that you can adapt this story once you have it crafted. Now, again, when you're meeting with a legislator or anyone, you need to be brief. Your story should only be 2 to 3 minutes max. Your whole objective is just to open the dialogue. And if you talk too long, you're going to lose them. They're going to stop listening. Nobody wants to listen to someone ramble on and on and on. You only have this one chance to connect with them, so make sure you take advantage of it. Again, you need to pick a focus for your talk. Just pick one issue. You must be prepared when you go in to speak with your lawmakers. Practice, practice, practice. Write out your speech. Practice it on a friend or a family member. Practice it with a timer to make sure that you're in that 2 to 3 minute mark. You can use a storyboard to help yourself be prepared. That one sheet that I told you to bring with you, you can have your bullet points on there to help keep you on track as well. And then last but not least, be polite and just be real, just be you. And then always thank them for their time and for listening to you. Thank them for their commitment. If they gave you a commitment, if they said, yes, I will vote no on that, thank them again for that. And again, you can follow up with a thank you email or send a postcard. Hopefully you can build an ongoing relationship. Sharing your story is just the first step. So the last time I was out in DC for Braintree Day, well, not the last time, but this was in 2020. It was March of 2020. We were the last group of people that got to meet with our representatives on Capitol Hill. They literally shut down the next day. But I had a meeting with Angie Craig. She is one of my she's my congresswoman, and I met with her and her staffer, and we talked about my brain injury, and she asked if I was on Medicaid, which I was, and her staff reached out to me later that day asking if I would be on a panel to talk to the media about Medicaid. And unfortunately, everything shut down the next day and it never happened. But you just never know what kind of opportunity could come from sharing your story. And then again, you can contact their office just to continue to hold them accountable. Ask them if they did what you asked them, what they gave you an agreement on. And then you can always update your story as needed. If a new issue comes up, you can, change it to whatever that new issue is, or something changes in your story or whoever it is that you're sharing their story. But it is an ever-evolving tool that you can use, your story. And then you can share your story on social media. Tag your representatives when you post on social media. Somebody is always monitoring their accounts. It's usually a staffer, but they're going to see it. They're going to see that you're tagging them. Use visuals, whether it's graphics or a video. Use hashtags, call your rep, advocacy matters, whatever hashtags work for what you're talking about. And then share your story in reels, stories, posts, tweets, whatever platform you're on. Share your story and tag those representatives. Now, I also want to address, you can burn out really quickly doing this work. So take breaks, celebrate the small victories, partner up with others, partner with organizations. My Minnesota Brain Injury Association is excellent. They have what's called Tuesdays at the Capitol. So every Tuesday that they are in session, we meet at the Capitol. We walk the halls, and each week we have like a bulletin that we print out and give to the staffers. We try to schedule meetings with our representatives. We do a lot every single week. And when it's a group of you, it's super fun. You all become really close and you become good friends. But it just takes the weight off of you from doing everything when you partner with an organization. And also remember that rest is resistance. You need your rest. And, it's cliche, but you can't fill from an empty cup, right? So take care of yourself first and foremost. So I have a 7-day challenge for you. I want you to identify your one issue that is important to you. I want you to contact your representatives, whether it's email or phone. Post about it online and why it is important to you. Tell a friend, talk to a friend about it, practice with a friend. And then track your actions. Keep track of where you're posting, who you're talking to, all of those things. Just keep track of it because it's easy to forget how much work you've actually done. So just keeping track of it so that you can look back and celebrate those small wins. And let's stay connected. I do have a free advocacy guide download. And I believe, Melissa, I can get you that link. You can follow me on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. I have a Patreon, patreon.com/Amy Zellmer, where you can get more behind the scenes content. You're the first to, before the podcast releases to the public, you get it there first. And again, my podcast is Unfiltered Dissent. And you can also help us by donating through to the Unfuck America tour. Our next big stop is going to be December 20th in Phoenix, when Charlie Kirk has his America Fest, which is his big annual shindig. So we cannot wait to go take on Charlie Kirk and his mis and disinformation. And I'm going to stop sharing, and I don't know if there are any questions coming in.
I got all that. So, Amy, thank you for sharing. There was something that, and actually this goes back into the question, so I'll just come over here to the actual question area. There was something that by the way, just making sure people can hear me, because people had an issue hearing me before. And part of it, okay, you talk about like working with what your body's doing. I've had multiple days sitting in this chair and my back's not happy about it, because this is the most, and those of you who've been following me know I've had multiple spine surgeries. So
Yeah.
I'm still sitting in chairs is still not my best friend. But there was something that you said, and I'm going to bring it up actually in the comments, because it made me, of course, my mouse does not want to show. I'm like moving my mouse. I'm like, where did my mouse go? All right. So you said something, and if I put it as a favorite. You were talking about the ATM and the microwave with you having the TBI. And I ended up having, I had a TBI a couple of years ago, and actually you reached out after this happened, because you're like, Melissa, get checked, don't do this, etc. And in my case, I cleaned the floor, and I thought I got all the water, and I didn't, and I stepped on the water, and it was like a banana peel slip on a cartoon. My feet went up and my head went down. And if I would have been like 2 inches over, my head would have landed in the puppy bed, but it didn't, and it hit the tile floor. And ow, hurt. Okay, fine. I definitely wasn't as bad as yours. But I distinctly remember a few days afterwards, my symptoms got worse. And the software that we're using right now, because I was actually talking to some of the people who own and run the software called Ecamm. And I remember them having a conversation with me, and I was doing a course with them, and it was like, basically like how to crop some of these things to be the right size. And I could not figure out, and they're like, hold down the command key or the option key. It was option. Or like, use the option. And so I'm literally looking all on the computer screen. I'm looking everywhere. I can't find the option, because the option is on your keyboard, and my brain did not understand the keyboard. And I'm crying, and this is like a paid course I'm taking, which was part of also. And they're like, you can get it, Melissa. And I had all these people trying to help me. And when the realization after 10 minutes that it was the option key was the whole issue, that, and then doing dishes. There was something about loading up and unloading the dishwasher. And I remember like, when did dishes become so hard? And I would look at the dishes, and I would know I would need to put them away. And I didn't have the brain agility coordination to take the mug and put it in the cabinet, or even recognize it goes in the cabinet and not the fridge. Because that was the other thing.
Right.
My husband's all like, why am I finding dishes in the fridge? And somehow my mind was doing that.
I remember doing that.
Oh, yeah. So just my thing with the TBI. So I just wanted to say how much I appreciate just the journey somebody goes through with all that. So that was just my own personal thing. So I'm just going to come back in here. People have questions. Go ahead and put those in there. Sue asked about Blue Sky. Are you on Blue Sky?
I am on Blue Sky. Yes. I'm not very active on there. So one thing I would like to mention is because Blue Sky is like the Democrat version of Truth Social.
Mhm.
Um, and I know right after inauguration, people started leaving Meta. They started leaving Instagram and Facebook, and we can't. I get it. If for your own mental health, you have to take a break. I get it. But we can't abandon it because then we leave an echo chamber for the right. And we need to be in those spaces and continuing to dispel all of the mis and disinformation that is
Mhm.
happening. So it's very important that we still remain in those spaces as well as Blue Sky.
Definitely. Okay, so question when I was hearing you talk, bring this up was you were talking about like meeting with the lawmakers. How long is that meeting? When you bring is that like a half an hour meeting, an hour meeting?
They're usually 10, 15 minutes.
Okay,
Yep.
nice. And
Sometimes at a state level, you might get a little bit longer, but at the national level, you're only getting about 10 minutes. And it's usually going to be with a staffer and not the actual representative. So just be aware of that too. At the state level, you're much more likely to meet with the actual representative.
okay, now piggyback on this because it goes actually to another question that I have up. You mentioned, and I want to say there was three A's. There was advocacy,
Activism and lobbying.
lobbying. Okay, so it's two A's. And
Mhm.
okay, so if someone is just starting out and they're learning to use their voice and they're like, I'm concerned about something, and they're stepping into which is what the question is about. I know that was not the right one. Was if someone is just starting to use their voice, how would you suggest that they get started, especially if this is new and they're out of their comfort zone? Because maybe they're like, the idea of meeting with a congressperson, especially, someone who represents them for the state or something like that, maybe like, oh, that's big and scary. So how would you recommend somebody to build up this muscle of using this and build up this as a way of being and a new skill set for them?
hmm And that's where I say practice, practice, practice. Find a friend, a family member that you can practice that story with, and it's really not that scary. And to meet with your representative, they're usually very, very kind. Even some of them that look scary online, because some of you live in a big red area and you have no choice, right? But sometimes you have more impact. Like all of my representatives, I live in a very blue area. So I feel like sometimes I don't even make a difference because my people already vote that way. Whereas when you live in a more red area, you can maybe perhaps make a bigger impact. You might be able to sway someone's vote.
Mhm.
But, start by writing an email and then make that phone call because like I said, that phone call can see more people feel more intimidated by making that phone call than anything, and it's actually quite simple, painless. um and then meeting with them in person, so you have to schedule a meeting with them. Some you can do that online, some you have to call the office. But it's really they're very kind. They know you're a constituent and that you can vote them in or out. So
Perfect. Piggyback on that, and just for those of you who are listening and following and whatnot, whether this is the replay or you're with us live, We Are the Others is not connected with anybody politically, just so putting that disclaimer out there. And we understand that people with challenger needs comes from all walks of the spectrum. So we have people who are independents, who are Republican, who are not even registered. We are here to help everybody. But something that you said, and you were using this as some examples, so I'm tying this back into something you said, Amy. I'm thinking of people being advocates when they're talking to their doctors. So when you have people who have a health condition or a concern, how that can you walk through? I know can you kind of give us walk through like I have this concern and I feel like my doctor's not listening to me. How can you use your voice and be an advocate that way to help get some movement so we're able to take care of ourselves or somebody we care about?
hmm so again, practice what you're going to say, bring notes with you if you need to. And with a doctor in particular, If you feel they're not listening to you, find a new doctor.
Mm.
They work for you, not the other way around. And if you have tried more than once and they're still just not listening to you or getting you, you have every right to find a different doctor. So that's first and foremost. But also don't go in there on the offense. Um, there's nothing worse. You get 20 minutes tops with a doctor, and you go in and you spend 15 minutes rattling off everything that's wrong with you. That's not going to get you anywhere. So again, refining it to like 2 minutes and know exactly what you're going to say when you go in and have that practiced and honed in.
I love that. I mean, and there's so much truth to that we can
Mhm.
fire
They work for you.
they work for you. And case in point, my first doctor that I saw for my last spine surgery, I went back to my doctor who referred me over, and I'm going, I need to see somebody else. I need a second opinion. And I was like, this is not
Yeah.
going to work. And then luckily that second opinion, as soon as he saw my scans, he's like, you need surgery now. So, and the other one was like,
Yeah.
no, let's wait 6 months and do a checkup. And the other ones are like, nope, this could literally stop all of your internal organs because my cyst literally was wrapped around my spinal cord and strangling
Wow.
it. So, and the other doctor was like, it's no big deal. And my doctor, and luckily the second opinion one was like, huge deal, huge deal. So anyway,
Yeah.
any more-
Second, third opinion.
Yes. Especially if you have something and people are just, it's not understanding, you're not getting your things resolved.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'm following through. See if there's any other questions. A lot of thank yous and gratitudes, and people are really impressed with what you're doing. So I'm just passing those messages along.
Thank you.
And I think that is it. Anything else that you have to share to kind of wrap up? If you want to send over those links, I can email them out to people so people will have access.
Yep. Excellent.
Perfect. All right, I'm going to hand you back over
All right.
to Adrian, and we're getting ready to the top of the hour soon. And there's not a session at the top of the hour unless you've purchased the special package where we're going to actually have a special intimate fireside chat. I call fire, but there's no fire. You get it. An intimate chat with various speakers, and those of you who made the donation at $97, we get a chance to have some intimate collaboration, conversation, networking, and all the little good stuff like that. So I'm going to hand over to Adrian. And then for those of you who are not joining us, we'll be back in an hour and 10 minutes. But for those of you who are joining us, we're going to be meeting, and you'll have a special link access to that. You'll have in your email. That will be in the next few minutes for that. So Adrian, it's yours. Nope, we don't have Adrian. Okay.
She's muted.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Amy, for reminding us that vulnerability is a form of leadership. I hope you can hear me. Your session.
It's funny. I'm hearing you, and I'm not it's not picking up your camera. This is.
Oh, I
don't
can
know.
see her.
Oh, you're seeing her? Okay. All right. It just showed. I have a box that says guest one and no picture. Okay, long as you guys can see her, we're good. All right. I'll be
Oh,
quiet.
well, you're fine. Oh my God. But Amy's session, great questions too, Melissa. Your session, Amy, gave us, I feel, permission to honor our story and use it as a force for good. So thank you. I never thought
Yeah.
of sharing my husband's story. So maybe it's time to share his story because definitely life-changing. So as Melissa said, we're going to take a brief break. And then up next at the top of the hour is a special fireside chat and the panel discussion with some of our incredible speakers. Melissa said it's an exclusive session, but there's still time to join if you'd like to access as part of the event. And we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Looking forward to the fireside chat. Thank you, Amy. Very, very lovely.
Thank
what you were
you.
talking about. Thank you for your shares.
All right. I'm going to put the timer up. The timer is also just so people know when we're going to be starting the fireside chat. And then for the rest of you, we'll be meeting at 1 o'clock Pacific. So talk to you guys all then. Oops, that should be 10 minutes. Lions and you made it right. Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. We all know this line. It's playful, it's iconic, and it's just a little bit scared. Dorothy and her friends were stepping into the unknown, unsure of what lies ahead. And today we're going to rewrite that line. Community, connection, collaboration, oh my. So go ahead and put that in the chat. Community, connection, collaboration, oh my. I want you to say it with me as we're doing this. But before we get into the magic, let's pause here at the beginning of the journey. I can have more than one mouse. baby. We're supposed to be doing fireside chat, but people do not show up. I had several speakers who had to step out for various reasons, so I just unofficially am like, hey, Adrian, you better take a break.
Okay. You still have our speakers on the docket for today?
Two.
Okay.
I got a question for you.
Okay, question.
Come over here when you have a chance.
Okay. What you need?
Okay, I have my mouse,
Yes.
and I come over here, and then it like gets stuck here, and doesn't want to, and then it slides over here eventually.
Oh, I am here.
Is that
Sorry.
voice monitor you mean?
Don't be doing any kissy kissy.
Hang on. I want it to be able to go there and here, but it's like it'll get to the end of this thing, and then it doesn't want to slide over to that.
Okay, so you moved your dock back over to this side?
I didn't do anything to my dock.
Wait, for me, for your husband or me?
What you need?
It's like I was hearing Adrian.
Okay. That's because Elgato was set to be on top there. Okay, so now, oops. Sorry.
Hey, Melissa?
Just let me move that right now because people are seeing that.
Okay.
Melissa, you are live, just so you know.
We're not on camera here at the moment, are we?
No.
Okay.
Or this is what's being shown. Okay, let me lock this. Okay, there, you can't move anything else. Oh, yes. Well, that's what I was missing.
Okay, so you basically have to get in the top corners here with the mouse pointer, and then it'll move one to the other.
Perfect. That's what I was like, missing something here.
Okay, are you happy now?
Yeah, I'm very happy. Give you a kiss for that. How you feeling?
Oh, sore, but okay. I just self-excused out of the doc's office, picked up Dad, so we didn't need to worry about car swap.
I saw your messages on that.
Melissa?
Basically,
Melissa? Hot mic, Melissa. Miss Melissa?
That's what I was like. Since
how do you feel?
I'm very happy.
Melissa, hot mic.
I'm gonna do my talk.
Melissa, hot mic.
I'm
Hot mic.
sore and tired.
I am getting excited, Melissa, to introduce Maida. Am I saying your name right, Maida?
Yes, totally
Beautiful.
did. And y'all can hear me, yeah?
You sound great.
Yeah.
Perfect. And we'll just wait till the clock strikes 0.
Awesome. And you guys can see my screen, yeah? For the most
Let me-
part.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no
Oh.
worries.
We're at the top of the hour. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Wow, what a great morning we had. And I just want to remind everyone, well, actually, I kicked off the morning. I knew it was a great speaker. I just couldn't remember if it was me. And then we had Marit Slaves. Beautiful. She spoke amazing about recognizing mental distress in your community. That was incredible. And now, very exciting, we had Amy Zelmer. Your story is your superpower. I definitely resonated with Amy and traumatic brain injury. And now I'm very excited to introduce Maida Sanchez. This topic is Better Together, Creative Partnerships hold on. I just want to get my thing up because it is not working right now. Beautiful. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Okay, let me go back. So Better Together, Creative Partnerships and Funding Strategies to build resilient communities. So Maida, she's going to explore how collaboration, creativity, and public-private partnerships can unlock bold, sustainable solutions to pressing neighborhood challenges. If you hear PPP, that's public-private partnership. This session, called Better Together, Creative Partnerships and Funding Strategies to Build Resilient Communities, and drawing from her work across government, nonprofits, and grassroots spaces, Maida is going to share tangible examples of how aligning resources and working across sectors can lead to transformative impact. If you have questions, put your questions in the chat. And Maida, take the mic. We're all excited to hear what you have to say.
Hold on, before she takes the mic, I'm gonna intersect whatever my words kind of goes. I wanted to share just a quick shout out to Maida because it was her introducing me to Blake, who we had as our speaker yesterday, and what an amazing example of collaboration and working together versus nonprofits coming from a place of it's my money, it's about what I'm doing, and we can come and do this, and not from a place of ego. So I just wanted to give that shout out. I wanted to give hearts and love and appreciation, and now we'll let her take on. So there you go.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. And yes, for those who know me and for those who I'm meeting today, that is something that I truly believe in, the partnership and collaboration and sharing of knowledge. I find that a lot of time when we're having conversations with individuals who are frustrated, and whatever type of place that they may be at, usually it's coming from a place of not understanding something, right? Not having the information to feel comfortable and safe in whatever space they're sitting in. Yes, it's something that I hold truly to my heart. Do we have slides? Melissa, can we share those? Yeah, perfect. Fantastic. So thank you so much for that introduction. Yes, I'm excited to be here and sharing this space with everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. We'll be talking today about creative partnerships, funding strategies to really build those resilient communities and neighborhoods. Again, my name is Maida Sanchez. I am in Carson City, so in Northern Nevada. I'm a public servant. I've been a lifelong public servant, and I spend my time advocating for individuals who would normally not have a voice. I really believe in having access to resources. So Robert said we rise by lifting others. So as you get to know me, this is really something that I do carry with me. I think it's important to always be looking for a way to move forward. And as someone else told me a long time ago, with one hand up, one hand down, right? As you go up, you're bringing someone up with you as well. So why this conversation matters, the challenges we face. So we know there's a lot of issues, right? We know we're living in them. Our clients, our neighbors, our stakeholders, our families, we're all navigating systems that sometimes are complex. They don't always talk to each other. And we see these happening with housing, with food insecurity, crisis response. And you've heard from some great speakers that have all talked about these different things. The truth is really that working in silos really limits our impact. And I saw a photo the other day, and I actually was going to share it, but I forgot, where there's different hands and they're all holding different pieces of a puzzle. And when all those hands come together with those various pieces of the puzzle, then we have a bigger picture. It creates a picture, right? So that is what working in the silo is. You each have a piece of the puzzle, but it doesn't really provide you with something wholesome or comprehensive unless you put those puzzle pieces together and are willing to sometimes let go of your puzzle piece and combine it with someone else's puzzle piece. So it's really important to realize that we do have funding, even though it is limited right now. And I know there's a lot of stuff going on with limited funding. We have brilliant people on the ground, people with hearts and brains and just a desire to help on the ground doing the work. We have partners who are also seeing what's happening and are willing to come in and put in the time, put in the money, put in the support. What happens usually is that because we are exhausted as a community and we are fragmented and we're seeing that, usually where we find the error is that there's a lack of alignment, right? Resources exist, but they're not always aligned. So again, this is why it's so important to come in and have these conversations about collaboration and creativity and partnerships that really drive results, and being able to follow up on those conversations. Just don't talk about it. You got to be about it, right? So one of those formal frameworks is the PPP, right? The public-private partnership. It could be formal and it can be informal. You hear a lot about informal public-private partnerships. We'll talk more about the formal ones. And really at the end of the day, what that does is it brings together our public sector. So local government, state government, federal government, to provide that accountability piece, right? That administrative piece with the private sector and its ability to innovate and move a little bit faster. So again, it's that partnership, that collaboration between those two entities to really deliver a public service, or to what you see normally. You see these in spaces of infrastructure. So common sectors, housing, transportation. We're starting to see it in workforce development, broadband, education, and healthcare. And really the idea is for you to leverage resources, expertise, and risk sharing. That's probably the most fishy one to look at, but the risk sharing to really solve complex community challenges. So again, we're looking at service delivery, we're looking at building of infrastructure. Other types of models are co-investments or fiscal sponsorship, which we'll talk about, or joint ventures. And if you guys have questions, please just drop them in. Feel free to interrupt me or we can answer at the end. So what does it mean to actually work together? So you have this framework, you have this idea, you have this desire, right? Collaboration isn't just being in the same building, co-locating. You see that sometimes, or, going to the same meetings. It's really about building that structure that allows each organization to, again, come in with their each individual puzzle piece and plug into the larger game. And really, this is done best while you're aligning towards a shared goal. So it's important to look at shared purpose, not just shared space again. Who does what well in what space and what sector, making sure that there is some type of communication. What you will see a lot of in this space is that there needs to be trust, and trust takes time to build. You have to develop relationships. You have to do the work. People need to see that you are able to deliver. And sometimes you don't always are able to deliver, but maybe you're willing to deliver, right? But that consistency. And then again, always coming back to funding. I'm always talking about funding, coordinated funding and resource planning. So you need to align, okay, you have a want, you have a need, you have a desire to do something. Now you have to find funding that aligns to that. And not only funding, but resource planning. What do you have in your toolbox to get stuff done? So some really cool case studies here in Nevada. I don't know how many have heard of the Campus for Hope. And the Nevada Cares Campus. Great work. Disclaimer, I'm not involved in any of this work directly. So I am just a constituent. These are my neighborhoods. And it comes from a personal place for me when I come out into my community and I attempt to connect people and share information and drive change because, personal experience. I was unhoused when I was younger and I didn't know, what to do. I was unhoused. I lived in my car for a little bit. And then my brother also struggled with homelessness here, actually, both in California and in Nevada. And fortunately, at that time, I was already in a position to be able to bring him home and help him. But it was difficult to find support where they saw him as a whole person, right? Not just a homeless person. So I'm very thankful to the supports that we were able to see. But again, bringing that, grounding that back into reality, because sometimes we forget who we're working for and with. And it's really important to remember that these collaborations, these partnerships, our willingness to let go of ego sometimes really impact that individual person. So it's really cool to see Campus for Hope. It's a public-private partnership. They just did their groundbreak in July of this year. Operations are anticipated to pick up in 2028. But really, the idea is that it's full support wraparound, right? It's trauma informed. They have a campus with those wraparound services, as they call them, where they provide case management, they provide healthcare support, they support in recovery for addiction, right? Childcare as well, workforce development, legal aid, etc. And again, providing and seeing that person as a whole, I think is challenging, but also so important. And the beauty of these types of relationships, when you're looking at these public-private relationships and how we're creative and bringing that whole support, everyone's bringing in the piece of their puzzle, right? So 200 million in public-private investments, which I think is absolutely amazing. Then you have the example with the Nevada Care Campus in Washoe County, which is absolutely amazing. Again, they have those emergency beds, the Safe Camp, a place where you can go take a shower, right? They have a place where you can get mail, because sometimes you can't even get a job if you can't get a letter, right? You don't have a permanent address. So you can get mail, you have storage, you have pet access, case management support. And I'm so excited. I was just speaking to someone about the permanent supportive housing that they just opened up. They just opened it up like this week. So 50 units with, again, that wraparound service and stability supports, because we can't do it alone. They say it takes a village. It literally takes a village everywhere. Another awesome case study, and this is something that I worked on directly, real impact, real people. I was a part of this group where we applied for funding through the U.S. Department of Labor, and we were awarded, almost $14 million for dislocated workers to work on Sandy, Project Sandy. And the idea was to really bring support to those who were dislocated or underemployed, especially after or post-COVID, right? When everything was kind of falling apart. And it was amazing to see the work done with the community colleges, local state government, employers, and our workforce boards. There was a lot of contracts and a lot of moving around of money and having conversations. I had to do a cut across the whole budget, because, we had budgeted for X amount of dollars, and Department of Labor came back and was like, okay, we're going to give you this money, but you need a cut. I don't even remember what it was. I think it was like 10 or 50% across all of our budgets. And so that was a conversation where I had to go back to the community college and be like, look, I understand that this project and program is very dear to your heart, but we need to figure out where we can shave money in order to be able to actually bring all the funding into Nevada. So again, having those open lines of communication, having a clear vision, having a clear mission, having a clear goal. And I was there at the beginning of Project Sandy. I always build and move on. It's kind of where my career has led me. But the funding that has been there has been able to serve over 1,000. I think I read like 1,900 folks who received grant funding from this. And I wanted to give everyone just a moment to hear this testimony. Let me know if you can see this.
We can see it.
Yes.
I'm not hearing anything though.
No, and neither might Melissa.
Yep. So if you guys are watching it, it's playing, especially if you're watching it over here on YouTube channel or the replay. So
Okay, I was gonna say you can't hear it.
no,
Okay.
we saw it.
Oh, what a bummer. You saw it though. That's great. Let me see here.
If you want to send the
Um,
link out, then you can send it to me later. If you
Yeah.
can't get to it now, I'll go ahead and I'll send it over to people.
Okay, not a problem. No, thank you. So can we see that again? So again, bringing it back, that's a bummer that you can't see the video, but I will go ahead and look for the link and send that out to you. But again, bringing it back to that individual, I think is so important. And in this case, this young lady, she went to school to become a CNA, and she, through Great Basin College, and through this funding, she was able to do something that she was otherwise told in a way that she could not do. And so by providing these resources and through these partnerships that include partnerships with our joint apprenticeship programs. The Training Committee of Southern Nevada, the Goodwill of Southern Nevada also has some amazing programs. Sierra AHEC also was a partner, Northern Nevada Electrical Training Center. And then through the community colleges, Western Nevada College, Great Basin College, Truckee Meadows Community College, all of those folks coming together were able to provide this one individual person with a pathway, right? A pathway to move into a career, not just a job, but to a career. So again, just remembering why we do the work that we do, I think is very important. And yeah, it drives kind of why, we should try to be innovative. We should try to be creative. We should try to talk to one another and not work in silos. So just a couple of different things when we talk about, we talked about all the good stuff, like, oh yeah, this is all the cool stuff, but what does that actually look like in practice, right? Like, how do I actually do it? So one thing that you see very commonly, and you'll hear it, is, oh, we should braid funding. Let's braid funding. But what the heck does braided funding actually mean? So I like to think about it, when you do a braid, right, in your hair, or like a different strands of rope, and you tie all the rope together, making the rope stronger in a sense, right? Because you just have one little piece of twine, but when you take all the twine and you wrap it into a braid, you're creating a rope with strength, right? And the idea is that each funder supports a different component. Each funder is a different twine or braid or line in that braid of rope. So braided funding is basically multiple funding sources, right? And it supports one initiative, and you're tracking each of those braids or each of those strands separately, right? This really helps with maintaining compliance too. When you're tracking funding, how your different revenue streams are coming in. If you separate them into different lines, you can see a little bit easier, okay, well, what's going to what, what's paying for what, splitting it by percentages. We could talk about that in greater depth one day. That's like a whole nother conversation, but it really provides integrity for each of those streams of funding. Someone told me a long time ago, you want to be able to follow your dollar. You want to be able to see where your dollar starts and where your dollar ends up. You want to measure that impact. So however you can set yourself up fiscally to braid funding, or to just have funding come in, period, where you could trace your dollar from birth to death, that is beautiful. That is what you want to do. So this always takes intention, right? It requires intentional design. And I say all the time that all of this work is 90% planning. And once you have a good plan, easy breezy, 10% execution. Your executions should feel easy because you took all the time up front to do that planning. The planning is the part that is sometimes a little scary and overwhelming, but do it with intention. And again, that robust fiscal capacity. What does that look like? This also really unlocks flexibility and sustainability. Sometimes you hear about people building out sustainability plans. This is where you kind of do that, because as you braid your funding, as you take out one strand from your braid, maybe you add another, or maybe you add another, and that braid continues to grow where you never really don't have a braid. So that is something where I think it's important to look at, and again, being very intentional in how you're designing your programs, how you're bringing and diversifying funding within your organization. all of this can be done, again, with a lot of planning, conversations, talking to a friend, call a neighbor, and just really walking through what that potentially could look like. So again, what does that look like in practice? We see this quite a bit. You'll see it in workforce programs, training programs, right? Where they'll be using multiple funds or revenue streams. They'll be looking at TAMP or SNAP, mixed with philanthropy and like general funds from the state. I was having a conversation with someone the other day. They were very excited that, they were learning how to build a Medicaid. And billing Medicaid is no joke. That's a lot of work, but that's a revenue stream that comes in to support this nonprofit where they provide a lot of these wraparound services and they don't bill Medicaid when you could technically bill Medicaid for some of those services. So now you're expanding and diversifying your revenue stream. So now you can take maybe those philanthropy dollars that have a little bit more flexibility and then apply them to things that maybe your general funds or SNAP funds would not apply to. Again, each one of these funds has a different puzzle piece. And so you want to make sure that you're aligning your puzzle pieces to their funding stream. So SNAP pays for food, philanthropy pays for maybe vouchers, right? Medicaid would pay for mental health support, whatever that looks like. And so just again, being very creative in that sense. And it takes sometimes a conversation and an ability to think at a systems level, and that takes practice. So it doesn't come right away. But as it takes practice, after you see it the first time, usually it's a little bit easier to then take that framework and be like, okay, this framework worked here. Let's go ahead and see how we could plug it in over here and maybe see how things work out. And when you're doing that in partnership, just bringing that back, we need to have a shared framework, a shared eligibility framework in this sense, in this example. We're looking at multiple outputs. So how are you tracking everything? Your staff should be treated as well. But, you're seeing this person as one whole person. You're not just fixing one little thing, but you're providing that wraparound support, right? You're not just treating the symptoms, you're treating the root. And then again, finance tracks, you're funding, you're tracking each funding by stream. And again, you're tracking that puzzle piece, you're following that dollar. So at the end of the day, that is what braided funding should look like. Some other creative ways, using a fiscal sponsor or a fiscal agent. So it's really important to understand the difference. Sometimes we hear, oh, we're going to have a fiscal sponsor. I kind of live more in the land of, oh, we're going to use a fiscal agent. A fiscal sponsor generally offers a little bit more of a comprehensive level support. So they provide that oversight, allowing for some tax deductible donations to be made to the sponsored project under that sponsor's tax exempt status. With a fiscal agent, not usually. That's kind of the big difference, where that tax deduction, unless the recipient itself is a nonprofit, a 501c3 status, that's not allowable. So just keeping that in mind, it's a very powerful game changer when you go into a formal relationship where there is a fiscal agent that does host your initiative, right? Because they come in and you have the idea, and they come in and they provide that access to funding, that back office service, that legal infrastructure where they have their internal controls, they have their audits under control. They have maybe someone on staff that's looking at personnel and costs, and they're able to really track all of those funding revenue streams for you so that you can go in and do the work and not the programmatic piece, right? Not worry so much about that fiscal financial oversight. Sometimes you'll see that that provides, when you're competing for funding, that provides, what would be the word? Like a sense of ease to the grantor. Like, oh, okay, yeah, they're fiscally responsible. They have their stuff under control. They have a way to effectively disperse funds, monitor funds, report back on how those funds are being spent, and really they can handle all of the legal compliance in regards to administering the program and meeting the needs of the community. So this can be helpful for pilot projects, right? Collectives, emerging community groups, again, those folks that might not have that fiscal infrastructure already built in into their organization. So think about United Way, like Melissa was saying, Blake was here yesterday, they would be a great fiscal agent because they have all of those pieces already in place, and they could provide that support so you can get the work done on the ground. So really, what makes a partnership work? So this is something, what does this look like? This looks different for everyone, right? But you want to make sure that we always have clear roles and expectations. Think of that through memos of understanding. You want to get stuff in writing. You don't want to do any work without having something signed and in place. I've seen this happen where it's like, hey, I promise you I'm going to give you X amount. And then there isn't any formalized agreement. And then someone will go off and do work. And then unfortunately, something will happen, and it's usually not done with malintent, but something will happen where funding will not come down the pipeline, and now they can't pay and honor that agreement. And then the individual who did the work may be like, hey, well, you said, but if there's nothing in writing, there's nothing that can, there probably is something that can be done, but it's going to be very difficult because both parties should have known better, right? So it's really important to be transparent, to have consistent communication, to really understand what everyone is doing, to make sure that there's a way for us to share data, to make sure that reporting is aligned, that we all understand what everyone's kind of doing, and there's a space to ask questions if we don't, right? You want to make sure that there's mutual accountability and learning always, right? We want to make sure that, yes, things don't always go as planned. That's okay. We're not perfect, but let's go ahead and be able to troubleshoot and move from that. Again, culture of abundance, not competition. And this is something that Melissa said and Blake said, and a few others have said. It's very important to let go of ego. And sometimes you see that in the space, and I can understand. I've had some babies that I've worked on that I've grown very, very, very attached to, and then to have to let go of my project when it was the best thing under the moon can sometimes be a little bit difficult. But that's the reality of it, and that's okay. Maybe you put that in your back pocket, you come back, you revisit it in a couple of months or a couple of years, and maybe you just need to tweak it a little bit, and now it's a new project, and now it's time for that project to flourish. So it's very important to be willing to learn and to let go and to troubleshoot. And again, always asking for support and having those conversations. So some funding strategies that, we could explore, and maybe some that we want to avoid. You want to start with what you have. Take a look around, what do you have in kind? You'd be surprised at what people would give you when you have a good story, right? Local funds. You want to look at your volunteers. Sometimes we forget about those volunteers that are putting in hours. Time is money. My mom used to tell me that all the time. Time is money. But if you actually go in and do the calculations for those volunteers that are putting in those hours, that actually has a dollar output. So that's important to keep in mind. If you have those volunteers, you can monetize that in a sense. It'd be like, hey, this is what this is costing. And you could put that into a story. You want to use funding or grants to really test what you're doing, to fine tune, iterate what you're doing, and scale what you're doing, right? Consider sometimes, what does this look like as you're in the community? Your fee for service models. Like, how do we scale? How do we tier impact investment or community benefit dollars? Again, always looking at need and how can we align funding? You want to align it again with outcomes and not activities. You want to be able to see what the plate looks like, not that you chopped the onions, if that makes sense. So pitfalls to avoid. You don't want to chase funding that doesn't match your vision. I know this can be very, very tempting. You're like, oh my gosh, something came out. And I always say, don't put the cart in front of the horse. Do not put the cart in front of the horse, because it's not going to work out for you. It's really important to back up into funding all the time. So make sure you create, again, that alignment. Don't do it alone. You need your partners. Weak financial systems or documentation are bad. Take the time, again, 90% planning, 10% execution, and then lack of follow through after collaborative meetings. It's difficult, and I'm guilty of this. We all are. We have so much on our plates. Sometimes you have a conversation, you're like, yeah, we're going to do this, and then nothing comes of it. So just always be intentional, live deliberately, get stuff done. So, and follow up with your conversations. Sometimes it's difficult. I totally get it. So your starting point, today, start small, start now. And there was a great quote, Dr. Martin Luther King says, sometimes you don't have to see the whole staircase. You just have to take the first step, and that's scary, very scary, but it's important to do it. And if you don't take that first step, you're not going to get anywhere. You're just going to be standing in front of something for a minute and you're not going to get any work done. So it's important, you know, if you trip and you stumble and you fall, you get up and you try again. It's okay. We're not here to do it right the first time all the time. But something that you could do today, you could identify 2 to 3 aligned partners. Give them a call and be like, hey, let's go get coffee. You know, you could take a look around in your organization right now, in your community right now, and be like, okay, well, what funding do we have? You know, or what funding don't we have? And what needs to happen? You know, you could have kind of that conversation with yourself right now, or with a friend, you know, or with your partner over coffee, right? Brainstorm, like, hey, let's just talk through this. Like, what are our shared goals? Like, what are we trying to accomplish as a group? Like, what does this look like? And don't get lost in the noise. Take whatever it is that you do brainstorm and put it into something actionable. Because sometimes, again, I love to brainstorm and we can talk about all these pie in the sky, building castles in the cloud kind of thing all day long. But what's your actual plan? You know, draft that action plan. And again, it doesn't need to be perfect, but do that first dump. So I wanted to spotlight this tool that I did build for folks, you know, 3 days of clarity, your first grant plan. It's supposed to help you move from overwhelm and into motion. And again, and you know, I've taken all these tidbits of information that folks have told me over, you know, years that I've been doing this, and just learning, right? Where someone said, hey, you're working on your vehicle, you know, your check engine light comes on. You can't take apart the whole vehicle in one fell swoop, right? You have to go in and you have to diagnose and you have to troubleshoot. And you have to work on one piece at a time. And sometimes when your check engine light comes on, you just feel overwhelmed. You're just like, oh my gosh, I need to save the whole world right now. I get it. I'm there too. Like my husband tells me, you need to stop saving the whole world and just wash the dishes. And I'm just like, dude, sexist, but whatever. But it's the same idea, right? We need to be able to come in and take time to troubleshoot and diagnose and work in small bits and pieces. And this tool hopefully can help you walk through that, define your priorities and your mission, identify where funding might be that aligns with the opportunities, draft that initial action plan. Like, hey, what is it that we want to tackle, folks? So really, first, so not folks. So this really helps folks move from overwhelm and into action, into motion. It's not a grant manual. It's just a clarity tool, a little workbook exercise. Please feel free to scan that QR code. It'll take you there to download it. It's free. It's just a PDF. But again, just kind of work you through that process of like, okay, how do I get my brain in the right place to move from idea to action? And so many people do this already. And it's absolutely amazing. And everyone has their method. I don't think there's a right way or a wrong way to do it. We all have our style. But again, just remembering that we want to move into action. So yeah, that is the end of my presentation. Again, thank you so much, everyone. I would love to keep the conversation going. Again, I'm Mayita. This is my contact information. You can reach out to me for anything. I love to brainstorm. I love to try to solve problems that people say are unsolvable. I tell folks all the time, it's crazy until it's not crazy. So you can be crazy with me. I love to do that kind of thing. But yeah, I'll answer any questions, Melissa. I don't know if anybody had any.
We've had a couple come in. Actually, there was a couple that were sent to me privately. So I'm going to go ahead and let me change.
Okay.
Let me change over your scene to.
Should I stop sharing?
Nope, you're good.
Okay.
You're perfectly fine right where you're at. So, okay.
Okay.
So this is what some of the stuff that came up that I got a message on. So this one was asked. Oh, and let's make this larger. That was interesting. That was itty bitty. Okay. Okay, so this was when you were talking about braided funding, and you were talking about the different funding sources. So I think I got what they said, but they sent me in a long message of this. With braided funding, do you suggest different funding sources? So let's say you've got foundations, government, private, etc. So you've got different kinds, types.
Yeah.
Do you recommend keeping them kind of? The way that it came across when I read the question was, do you recommend like only do foundations or only do government or something like that, even though they may have difference? or can
Mhm.
you mix and match foundations and government, private, etc.? So we'll start with that first part.
So I'm gonna sound like a lawyer. I'm sorry. It depends on the federal funding that's coming in. I would definitely diversify. You want to mix and match, but you also need to be very careful as to what's allowed and what's not allowable. So when you're looking at federal funding, if they say, hey, you can't do this or you can't do that, you want to make sure that whatever funding you braid that federal funding with is aligned to whatever rules you're supposed to follow. So you just want to make sure that you're not breaking any laws. Challenges, I would definitely say that in mixing funds in this way, I would definitely recommend that if you're going to do this as an organization, again, 90% planning, you sit down and you write a cost allocation plan, a cap, right? So you know exactly what's coming in, how it's being expended, what percentage is covering what, because you have to look at indirect costs and administrative costs, your overhead. And then again, the challenge might come in where, okay, well, this funding stream, I can only charge a 10% cap and admin. This one, I can only charge 7%. This one, so taking the time to sit down and again, write that cost allocation plan so you know exactly what's coming in and what's being charged to what, I think would be the most important exercise to do as an organization. Again, fiscal capacity, I would say that as a green organization, you probably don't want to do this right off the bat, but don't be afraid to move in that direction eventually, where maybe you do want to just stick with, hey, we're just going to braid foundational funding here. We're only going to braid this here. And then again, walking it back into your program. What does your program actually look like? Does it even make sense to braid funding for this one project when maybe we could keep everything separate?
Yep. Okay. So I'm going
Hopefully that's helpful.
That totally is helpful. I'm going to do a little plug here because you and I've actually had conversations with that. So if somebody is listening to this or they're watching the replay and they're like, I love the idea of being able to eventually, whether it's sooner or later, get into be able to do braiding or anything like that. But they're like, I don't know what I'm doing or I'm not ready to do that. I'm assuming, but I'm going to make the formal ask. Is that something you could do with you and your company to be able to help people? That's what I thought. I just wanted to plug that in there. So if someone's all like,
thank you,
this sounds great. This sounds really scary.
Yeah. Well, and that's unfortunately, my brain, I can't balance my own checkbook, but I could totally draft a cost allocation plan with you and for your organization and we could figure that out.
Yeah.
So,
and if you didn't even know what she even said about cost allocation plan or whatever, you're like, what was that? Schedule a time and talk with her. So just throw that little plug in there. Okay, let me go over to one of the other questions that came up. Oh, this was interesting. Can a for-profit business, this is when you were talking about the fiscal stuff. So you had fiscal agents there was another one that you mentioned. So forgive me if I forgot. So again,
that's a great question.
Sometimes I'm getting like really long messages. I'm trying to condense them in here because YouTube only lets me put so many characters. So basically they wanted to know if it's a for-profit business, can they work with a nonprofit as their fiscal agent to be able to access some funds that could help both the nonprofit and the for-profit?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't know. It would depend if the for-profit, it depends on what type of funding they're looking at. Because whoever's applying, they would have to be eligible to receive that funding and act as that fiscal agent. Let me do a little homework and get back to you, Melissa, with a clearer answer for that, because I don't want to misspeak. But usually, it would be nonprofit that would act as that fiscal sponsor or agent for funding, and not a for-profit.
That's what I meant.
For-profit business.
That's what
I think. Use a nonprofit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So I would say yes. You would just have to be careful. Again, it depends on the funding stream that you're looking at. If it's a partnership and you're like, hey, like if it's you and me, like, hey, we're going to go in and we're going to apply for this funding, Watto's going to be the fiscal agent. We would just have to make sure there's no conflict of interest, that competition, depending on, what the program looks like. If I'm a service provider of some sort, let me do a little bit of homework and I'll get you a better answer.
Perfect. and I'll give examples, something that is coming up to my mind when I saw that message in on a previous
Yeah.
conversation. So we have Meridian Health, who is a for-profit business. They are a partner with We Are the Others, and they provide
Mhm.
mental health right here in Washoe County, etc.
Right.
You know, they're here in Northern California, Northern Nevada. One of the issues is not everybody could afford funding or pay for their services. So if there was a
Mhm.
grant where, as a nonprofit, was able to help them pay, clients to be able to be seen by them, would that
Mhm.
nonprofit be able to be able to help so we can make sure people got services? That was, when I was reading that question, that was what was coming through my mind.
Okay. And I believe so. Yeah. Again, it's just a matter of looking at the funding stream, seeing whether or not there's any restrictions, and then making sure that you are able to track that separation. Like, okay, well, this whole service was provided by 10% here, 20% here, 80% here, and then we were able to provide this package service. So I believe so. I think the answer is for sure yes. I just want to see if there's
Double
any
check.
nuance in there that needs to be explored. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, that was interesting because I hadn't thought about that. So when that one came in,
Yeah.
so that was good. And then those were it.
Oh,
Yep. That people actually just, they didn't. Oh, another one, but actually I didn't retype this thing, was you were discussing about you gave the task, identify 2 to 3 potential partners. I'll go ahead and I'll just bring this up on the thing. So if somebody doesn't even know who could be a potential partner, what would be a suggestion for them to go, I never thought about this, or where could I look? Maybe to kind of get those juices going of what they could do.
yeah. You should call me and schedule a one-on-one 30 minutes.
There you go. All right.
And tell me about your project.
Dream
Oh
big.
goodness. Yeah, I would also recommend the local Chamber of Commerce, sign up, go to their meetings. I would also look at your community forum pages, see what's happening in your community, go to your local community meetings. I sit on the board for Opportunity Alliance of Nevada, and we just moderated a brown bag lunch on housing insecurity. And going to those types of meetings where you meet like-minded folks and you're like, hey, what do you do? This is what I do. Let's go have coffee, or
Yeah.
let's just meet you don't have to go have coffee with everyone because then you're gonna be all cracked out, but you can just have a phone call. You know what I mean? And so just having those conversations, LinkedIn, for me is a really great resource. Going to your local school board meetings, going to your local board of supervisors meetings, going to, I don't know, your local, we're going to have a Latino Fest here in Carson City. Those are the places where you will think about where you live and what space you want to live in. Maybe you're a small business, check out the SBA, the small business folks, and go to their meetings. They all have calendars. So that's what I would definitely recommend. We have to do a little bit of homework. Do a little bit of homework and see where you live. And then, if you need a little bit of soundboarding,
Yeah.
here.
And speaking of here, this is her QR code, so you can reach out to her. So go ahead and scan that. In the follow-up messages and stuff like that, I'll go ahead and include Maida's contact information, but go ahead, scan that, reach out. She is easy to work with. And I say that on a very personal thing, is because you know what you know, and you know what you think you know, and then you realize you don't know what you don't know. And that's what's really nice about just having these kinds of conversations, because it's going to be, how are we going to be creative? How are we going to solve some of these bigger problems by working together versus, the money is what it is. So we still have a lot of problems and a lot of services that are out there, and what can be done about that. So,
Yes.
Any last minute, anything you want to share or anything? If not, I'm going to go ahead and I will hand it back over to Adrian.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for the opportunity, and hopefully this was beneficial to those who are listening. And please feel free to reach out with any questions. Thank you so much, Melissa and Adrian.
Yes,
I appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Maida. I would like to, if you don't mind, just speak that SCORE is also always available. Hopefully their funding does not get cut, SCORE.org. a great resource that is free, and you can get a free mentor, but just the website itself is great. Amazing work. So thank you so much, Maida, for bringing clarity and passion to this conversation. Your examples showed us what's possible when we think boldly, collaborate creatively, and lead with equity. So we're going to take one more short break. And then at the top of the hour, we are going to close out day 2 with one of the most special people, someone I absolutely love, someone I met 8 years ago, biggest heart ever, our final speaker, and also the founder of We Are the Others, the woman who made this entire summit possible, Melissa Bremfer. So Melissa, so we'll see you at the top of the hour. So you have about 15 minutes. So thank you, everyone. Did you have anything else you want to say, Melissa?
No, I didn't actually. I just didn't realize it's already been 8 years. I'm like, wow, 8 years has gone by quickly since we met. But
From
all
one
of-
call, one
Yep,
call.
one call.
I
See,
said yes.
sometimes those conversations you have with someone just opens doors and opens doors. So we will see everybody at the top of the hour. If anybody in this group is a fan of Wizard of Oz, so you don't want to miss out on our next session because I'm going to have a little fun with that. All right, enjoy your break. See you at the top of the hour. All right, everybody, we're going to get started in just a few moments. Everybody's kind of coming back, and we're waiting for the countdown timer and whatnot, and we're going to wrap up our day. So, a couple more seconds.
And blast off.
I love it.
Well, this is an honor and a privilege. Let me tell you about the beautiful human being that we were able to see today who put this all together. It's Melissa Remfer. And just so you know, Melissa is 2 L's and 2 S's. I always remember that. So when I write to her, remember 2 L's and 2 S's. And the speech today is Building Your Yellow Brick Road, Community, Connection, Collaboration. Oh my. Let me tell you who Melissa is. Passionate about human potential, Melissa's commitment lies in supporting, protecting, and connecting those in need with resources at no cost, and to drive meaningful change and exploring how we can uplift our communities. Look at this beautiful woman. You may not know this, but she was homeless in high school, and she went from homeless to chairing a capital campaign to build a $9.8 million student center for her community college, all before the age of 21. Melissa is committed to supporting others, and she wants to be the type of person her dog saw in her. I love that, Melissa. Much empathy and human heart. With over 20 years of experience in both the nonprofit and corporate space, we even both worked at American Cancer Society.
We did.
Melissa working as a leader, a manager, a professional coach. Melissa finds fulfillment and takes pride in the ability to guide others with compassion and courage. With a master's degree in adult education, training and developing, professional coaching certification as an integral coach, and globally recognized speaker and workshop. Also a workshop facilitator for the Enneagram Institute. I can't remember what number I am, Melissa, but you nailed it when I enjoyed your weekend. Melissa is less than 20 people globally who's an accredited coach and workshop facilitator in the Enneagram through the Enneagram Institute. It's a great program. But Melissa, the Melissa we all know and love, she's on a mission to transform lives. And that is a core of everything done at We Are the Others, where Melissa is the founder and the executive director. We Are the Others is a nonprofit that connects those with needs with the resources and services that can support them. It's confidential and at no cost. So let's all give a big roaring applause for Melissa in Building Your Yellow Brick Road, Community, Connection, Collaboration. Oh my.
Thank you so much for that intro. It's weird. Every time, like when I hear the intro, it's kind of like, is she talking about me or is that person talking about me? Because it's interesting when you get to reflect back on your life. First of all, I want to make sure people can hear me because this is good.
You sound good.
Excellent. There we go. All right. So I'm gonna ask for forgiveness first and a little grace because I just made a change and I have my mouse that I'm moving across things. So if it looks like I'm slowing down for a second, it's because I lost my mouse somewhere on one of my screens because I have multiple monitors. And since I'm going to be focusing on the talk and not necessarily the tech side of it, I want to make sure my mouse is in a happy spot and whatnot. So I'm just giving that little feedback. If there's a little bit of a delay, it's because I'm trying to figure out where my mouse is, and I'm embarrassed to say I'm like trying to figure out where it disappeared to. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's get started. I'm going to go ahead and move you over real quickly just to this scene right here. And we're going to come down. All right. Something just moved and I don't know where. Oh, there it is. It got moved to there. Okay. So, building your Yellow Brick Road. Community, connection, collaboration. Oh my. We're going to be saying that a couple of times. So, community, connection, collaboration. Oh my. Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. We all know that line. It's playful, it's iconic, and it's also a little bit scared. You see, Dorothy and her friends were stepping into the unknown, unsure of what lies ahead. Today, though, we're going to rewrite that line. Community, connection, collaboration. Oh my. But before we get to the magic, I just want to pause for a minute. I'm going to pause right here at the very beginning of the story. I'm going to show you an image. So I'm going to come back over here where you guys can see me. Let's see. I want you guys to see this image right here. There you go. Came up. So I want you to look at this image. So Dorothy is standing on the edge of a field, and she's staring into this swirling storm. The sky is dark, and the wind is rising, and the path is uncertain of what is going to be ahead of her. Maybe that feels familiar to you right now. You see, in our world today, many of us are standing in that same place. We're looking at these storms going on around us. Personal storms, societal storms, global storms. We're feeling these winds of change, of conflict, of crisis. And we're asking, well, what's next? Every time I open the news, there's something else. Every time I do this, there's something else. This is happening, and I lost this service, or this program has been cut. Well, where do I go? Well, now this person who I thought was on my side is not. So who's with me? Fear, uncertainty, concern. These just aren't just feelings that you're going to get from a storybook. They're real, and they're here, and people are experiencing them right now. And you may be also experiencing this right now. We live in a time where people are feeling disconnected, overwhelmed, and unsure of where they belong. The storms we face, whether they're economic, emotional, environmental, civil, existential, they can make us feel like we're just spinning out in the air, waiting to land. But here's the truth. Dorothy did not face the storms alone. She had Toto, she had the Scarecrow, she had the Tin Man, she had the Lion. And she walked the yellow brick road with others. And so we all can together. So let's talk a little bit about this journey. And this is how we're going to move through the storm together. It's about how we're going to build this our own yellow brick road. And it's going to be paved not with gold, but with community, connection, and collaboration. So let's begin and let's walk this together. So I'm going to share with you a different slide now, because if you think about the journey of Dorothy, she comes in there, she's landing, she gets to Munchkin Land, and she was told to start the journey. Follow the yellow brick road, follow the yellow brick road. So what does she do? She starts to follow the yellow brick road. And who does she come across? The Scarecrow. So in this case, the brain, the Scarecrow. Or in our case, the power of community. You see, the Scarecrow believed he needed a brain. He thought that he just wasn't smart enough, that he wasn't capable enough, that what he really needed was someone to believe in him, someone to walk beside him. I haven't got a brain, only straw. You're learning something every day. Experience is the only thing that brings knowledge. Every time I think of that, I literally can see that image and that scene when the Scarecrow says, I haven't got a brain, only straw. You ever feel like that? You see, community is our brain. It's where all of our ideas are being formed. It's where wisdom gets to be shared. And it's where we get a chance to learn from one another. I'll share with you a story. So, in a small town there's been a small town that's been devastated by fires. And you can look at this all across the U.S. There's been so many fires or so many disasters that has happened. So, let's just pick, there was a local fire. And the community came together. Neighbors, they opened their homes. Local businesses, they were donating supplies. Volunteers rebuilt what was lost. People in the community came together to support their fellow friends, their family, their neighbors. their fellow humans. No one asked, well, what's in this for me? They just simply showed up. That is the power of community. That's the scarecrow finding his brain, not through intellect, but through collective wisdom and support. And the research, it backs it up. According to the CDC 2025 report on community engagement, building sustainable relationships through trust and collaboration significantly strengthens communities' well-being and improves health outcomes. Kind of an important thing. A 2025 study from Penn State Allied Social Psychological Program found that communal support systems like peer groups, diverse communities, shared spaces, enhance resilience and reduce feelings of isolation. You think of the call that, or the session we had earlier with Mieta, where we're talking about people being able to come together in community and how that was able to help people when they're dealing with isolation, coming to people's homes, being able to meet people where they are. The evidence is backing that up. The Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health reports that community-engaged research that consistently reduced health disparities and improved public health outcomes over the past 3 years. It's community. We Are the Others desires to be the foundation of a community coming together, using our collective brains, because that's what it is. It's about our collective brains. We aim to create the people coming together and the database of resources for those in need, no matter what and where the person is, no matter where they are in the U.S. Bring the two together, and collectively we're going to have this wisdom. Community isn't just this feel-good concept. It is really going to be the foundation of resilience, well-being, and growth. It's going to be how we get through the tough times now, the tough times ahead, and being able to really put us in a place where we can really be those kind neighbors and be the people that are going to be helping each other out. It's also how we learn, how we heal, and how we move forward. So I want to ask you, who is your scarecrow? Who has helped you believe in yourself when you didn't think you could? Who helped you when you had a need or a challenge? Just take a moment with that one. Who is your scarecrow? Who helped you believe in yourself when you didn't think you could? And who was able to help you when you had a need or a challenge? Community, connection, collaboration. Oh my. Okay. So, Dorothy is continuing on her journey. She now has the scarecrow with her, and she comes across the Tin Man. So the Tin Man, the heart, or in our case, the need for connection. The Tin Man longed for a heart. He wanted to feel again. He wanted to love. He wanted to feel alive. Now I know I've got a heart because it's breaking. That scene got me every time I saw that, because it was like, wow. To have that kind of moment to feel, and to feel that sense of connection. Connection is what makes us human. What allows us to heal, to grow, and to thrive. It allows us, when we're going through adversity or challenges, that we're going to be able to bond together, because we're going to have other people who can have some empathy and understanding. So there was a woman who lost everything: her home, her job, her hope. But she found connection in a support group. She met people who saw her, who listened, who cared. And that connection gave her strength to rebuild not just her life, but her spirit. Think about how many times you've come across someone who's gone through a hard time, and it was like being able to have someone else have that heart-to-heart compassion with them, an understanding, an empathy, a sincerity of seeing one another, to listen, to be present, to care. To care. Simple as that. What was that like for you to be able to have that kind of a moment where somebody cares? And how did that shift things for you? How did that open things up for you? Research also backs this up. According to the National Alliance on Mental Health Illness, NAMI, nearly 1 in 5 adults in the U.S. experiences mental illness each year, and connection is one of the most powerful protective factors against isolation and emotional distress. Think of what happened with COVID. I will never forget the moment when I was able to see my grandma, who she was isolating and I was isolating because I'm immune compromised, and we got to see each other and gave her a hug. And my grandma is like, I'm short, gruff, tough, just broke down and cried. It's that connection. A 2020 report from the American Psychological Association found that people who regularly engage in meaningful social interactions are 40% more likely to report high levels of emotional resilience and life satisfaction. Okay, so I'm going to take it this way. If there's a 40% more chance to report high levels of emotional resilience and life satisfaction by people who engage with one another in meaningful social interactions, then I probably should have more meaningful interactions. Keep it simple like that. So, if I am seeing or experiencing things that are tough or challenging, then one of the ways that I'm going to be able to build up some emotional resiliency is be able to have meaningful social interactions with other people. And that could be in person or that could also be online. The Surgeon General Advisory of Loneliness and Isolation from 2023 called social disconnection a public health crisis, emphasizing that rebuilding social bonds is essential for mental and physical health. You see, connection is just not a luxury. It literally is a lifeline. It is the heart that's going to keep us going. And that's exactly why We Are the Others exists. We are building a platform and a space for everyone, no matter who you are, that everyone feels accepted. We are here for all people. We believe in solidarity, not separation, in togetherness, not judgment, in empowerment, not exclusion. If you're afraid, if you're concerned, if you ever feel like you're the other, if you feel like you want to be supporting people who are struggling and that they don't feel alone or isolated, you are in the right place. We believe in standing together with others. This is your heart. This is your Tin Man moment. So I ask you, who is your Tin Man? Who helped you feel again when you thought you couldn't? Who helped you realize that you are valued? Who helped you understand the importance of being connected with another person? I'm going to repeat that again. Who is your Tin Man? So, Dorothy's now, she's continuing on her journey. She now has the Scarecrow. She now has the Tin Man. Community, connection, collaboration. Oh my. And she's continuing the journey. And now her journey is going to bring herself to the Cowardly Lion. Rah, the courage to collaborate. The lion thought he lacked courage, but courage came through collaboration. Courage. What makes a king out of a slave? Courage. Courage is brave. It means trusting others, sharing powers. This is not a place of ego. We get to share power here and working together towards something that is bigger than ourselves. So the Asian Youth Center in California partnered with another nonprofit to expand its programming. Before the collaboration, they served a few hundred families. After joining forces, they reached 2,000 families across 12 schools, and their funding grew from $2.2 million to $6 million. It's not just growth, it's transformation. Mayita talked about the importance of not chasing the dollars, but the outcome. What is it that you're going to do? So they reached nearly 2,000 families across 12 schools. And this is the source from this was Sustained Collaboration Network from 2024. But you see, they're not alone. When we're able to collaborate, things happen. A study by the Sustained Collaboration Network found that 75% of nonprofit collaborations led to measurable improvements in service delivery, funding, and of course, program outcomes. That's what we want. We want to get these outcomes. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, emphasized in their 2025 Community Engagement Report that collaboration is essential for addressing health inequalities and strengthening community well-being. The Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health has shown that community-engaged research, where nonprofits and communities literally work together, reduced health disparities and improved outcomes. Win, win, win. Benefit, benefit, benefit. Collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. When things come together, big things can happen. But you see, collaboration isn't just about strategy. It's about courage. It takes courage to come together and co-create something that may feel really big, maybe even scary. It takes courage to say, let's build something new. It takes courage to trust that others will show up and they'll share their ideas and they're going to take action. I will never forget the moment when I had the idea with my husband Ty about We Are the Others, and we had a handful of people in our house. And the people in the house, we got a chance to share with them what we were doing. And I remember that moment of like, I would love for you guys to join me. And then there was silence. And then people said yes. But I remember that moment of going, I just shared this really crazy idea of something that we can do, and I want them to come be a part of this. And what did I just do? You know? Or the moment when I was walking through a hospital, and the hospital, because my husband Ty was having surgery, so I was waiting for him to get out of surgery. And they had a billboard, and it was like all these donors and all these partners that they have. And I was literally walking through and I was seeing this and I was like, wow, this is really big and powerful. You know, this is a multi-million-dollar establishment, not, you know, because in this case, this hospital is a nonprofit. And then it occurred to me that, wait, We Are the Others, or WADO, literally is going to be connecting all of these resources together. So this really big hospital here is just one of the many pieces that come together. And Mayita was talking about like all the pieces coming together. And to be able to like be there was humbling and scary. And I was like, oh, what am I doing here? But it takes courage to step into something new or something bigger or something that can solve big problems. You see, we're building a place, a platform, where people from all walks of life get to come together. Whether you're in a small town in Nebraska or this big city in New York, we want you to know that you are not alone. And we're creating this infrastructure of support, a one-stop place where people can find the resources, guidance, and solidarity. Because we all know different tools, we all know different services, we all know different opportunities that can help someone. Imagine what could happen if we're building this co-create, besides I like that word, that we're co-creating this database and this platform and system that is going to be able to be kept current because we all get to contribute to this, of what resources are available, what still is here, what still has funding. So we're going to be able to come together and we can do this. We can collaborate across communities, across sectors, across states. You know, we have this goal to form 3,000 partnerships with nonprofits, resource partners, and organizations by the end of 2025. And you can help us get there. If you know an organization that's doing great work, introduce us. The other day, I was standing in line to pick up some meds at the pharmacy, and they had a flyer. And these are all the services that have free luncheons for kindergarten up through 18. The service, I'm like, that was a great resource. If somebody contacts us and has this need of they need some help with food, we can pull this up and we have that resource. But it takes all of us coming together to share maybe something we saw on social media or a flyer somewhere or an organization that we know. But we can do this collectively, and we get to be courageous and create this together. So whether you're part of a nonprofit, a school, a business, a community group, let's talk. We get to build something together because this is really how we get to start solving some of humanity's challenges, one life and one community at a time. So I want to ask you, who is your lion? Who gave you the courage to take the leap, to trust, to build something together? What gave you the courage to try something new, even when you were scared or nervous? Lions and tigers and bears am I. We know that line. Community, connection, collaboration. Oh my. Community, connection, collaboration. Oh my. Picture the three of them, and technically Toto, so there's four of them. Right. Dorothy, Tin Man, Scarecrow. 5. Okay, so I'm not the best at counting. So Dorothy, Toto, Tin Man, Lion, Scarecrow. Yeah, 5. They're all on this journey together, and they didn't know where and what all could happen on the Yellow Brick Road. But they were putting this trust and this faith and this desire to move forward together, to co-create, to be there for one another. And so now we come back to Dorothy. So Dorothy, she is on her journey home. Her journey to belonging. See, Dorothy's quest wasn't about getting back to Kansas. It was about finding her way home, a place where she felt safe, seen, secure, and supported. The 4 things Watto has as our foundation: safe, seen, secure, supported. Dorothy said, "There's no place like home." And then Glinda responds, "You always had the power, my dear. You just had to learn it for yourself." There is no place like home. We all need a place to belong, a place where we're not judged by our circumstances, our backgrounds, or our struggles, a place that when life happens, and life does happen, people get sick, disasters happen, people lose jobs, life happens. But we can help people by giving them a place where they're welcomed and not questioned, where they're embraced and not erased. And that's why We Are the Others exists. We're building a home, not just metaphorically, but actually structurally, because we're creating this platform where people from all walks of life get to come together and say, I belong here. I get to bring who I am and my skill sets and co-create and contribute and be a part of this community, this movement. Whether you're navigating grief, trauma, poverty, identity, or simply just the feeling of being othered. This is your Emerald City. This is your Yellow Brick Road. This is your community. We are the others. We believe in radical acceptance. You are welcome here no matter who you are or where you come from. We are the others. We believe in solidarity over separation. We stand together, especially when the world tries to divide us. We are the others. We believe in empowerment through belonging. When people feel safe and seen, they rise and they heal and they lead, and they get to empower and support more people so they can be empowered. And we get to create this ripple effect of what could happen. See, Dorothy's journey reminds us that the answers we seek are not often within us, but we need others to really help us see them. She needed Glenda to remind her of her power. She needed her friends to walk the road with her. She needed Oz to show her what was possible. And so do we. We're not just creating this nonprofit, we're literally creating a movement, a place where people can find resources, connection, and courage, a place where we can call home. So I ask you, who is your Dorothy? Who helped you find your way when you felt lost? Who can you be that person for? I'm going to repeat that. Who is your Dorothy? Who helped you find your way when you felt lost? And most of all, who can you be that person for? Because when we walk together, we don't just find home, we build it. So, community, connection, collaboration. Oh my. So I ask you again, are you the scarecrow seeking wisdom through community? Need help with blank? Are you the Tin Man longing for connection? Are you the lion ready to collaborate with courage and to build something big and meaningful? Are you Dorothy searching for a place to belong? If you said yes to any of these things, then I want you to know you belong here. We Are the Others is a movement, a community, a home, a resource, and we want you to be a part of it. So, I often get asked, well, what does it mean to join We Are the Others? How much is this going to cost? What does this actually mean? So, what I want to share with you first off is you can join us by simply saying yes. There is no cost to join. All it takes is a willingness to say yes. And so you can join us by going to this QR code, www.wearetheothers.net/together, or you can scan the QR code. Simple, easy. Yes to standing with others. Yes to being part of something bigger. Yes to taking We Are the Others pledge. A simple agreement to show up with compassion, courage, and commitment to community. We're building a platform for people in need, whether you're facing housing insecurity, mental health challenges, financial hardship, or simply feeling lost. You can find real assistance and real connection to resources that can help you. Whether, again, you're in a small town like in Nebraska or a big city in New York, this platform has been designed to be accessible, inclusive, and empowering. We love it when our community actually gets to also help us in many ways. So, what does that look like? Because you're like, well, wait a minute, if I join, what's expected of me? What all do I need to commit to do? It's actually not that challenging or that difficult. You can help us by being part of the community by spreading awareness. Let other people know we have this nonprofit and what our mission is about. You can let other people know, especially those who are facing challenges, that we're here. People can contact us confidentially and at no cost. You don't even have to give your name, and we don't track people's information. The only thing that is essential is we need to collect zip codes. But you can say your name is Charlie Brown, Snoopy, you can pick whatever. But people are going through challenges or have needs that we can help them, but they need to know about us. So letting other people know that we have our services. Introductions. Maybe you know other organizations or nonprofits and resource providers that can help. Let us know. You see a flyer that has, these benefits of things going on or these programs and services. Take a picture of it. Send it to us. This is how we are continuing to build up this database. Volunteering. We are a volunteer-led organization, and every helping hand matters, whether that is doing trainings, being a case manager, running a volunteer orientation, to handing out flyers, to standing at a booth. There's all kinds of different ways that people can volunteer. And we also will write up things for people who need volunteer hours for school or any other requirements. And then there's donating. Every little dollar counts. People don't realize that, but that's really the truth. So we know that if we lead with the mission, the money is going to follow because we are doing the work, and we know the money is going to come because people understand we're doing the work. And so if you're able to help us grow, and we can love a donation. And just as a reminder, we're building something powerful. We're creating a space where people from all walks of life can find support, solidarity, and strength. So I want to know from you, will you walk the yellow brick road with us? Community, connection, collaboration. Oh my. Say yes, join us, and let's build belonging together. Thank you. And done. So, anybody has any questions, thoughts? I have not been able to follow and look over there for stuff. I'm sorry, I'm like clicking all these things. I need to turn all the extra stuff off. There. There we go. Let me go back over to this one. There. Okay. Come over here. Okay, so great question. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to take this screen off and I'm going to come over to the Q&A. So bear with me, I'm clicking on things. It's a little different actually talking and doing the admin side. So give me a second to go ahead and do all of this. Okay, so go to the Q&A because there's some questions that have come up. All right, so let's see. Great question. Where exactly do we send these resources? That is something actually that came up a couple days ago. The easiest way is send it to the email address WeCare, so W-E, so WeCare, at wearetheothers.net. And that will go to a team of us, and we can take it and we can input into the database. As we get more funding, we'll be able to create a portal where you can take a picture if you see a flyer, or if you know somebody, we're going to be able to make it more automated where you guys can upload those things. Right now, what we're doing, and this is actually also a volunteer job, is as we get a resource, people will look at it, validate it, make sure, one, is it current? Does it still have funding? Is it someone who we can send referrals to, and we don't have to worry about somebody's like data being, jeopardized or someone coming to harm. So we validate that thing, and then we add it to the database system. So some basic data entry. So that's another job that people can help out in volunteering. But that's literally how we can be collectively coming together. So WeCare, so W-E-C-A-R, and actually I'll put it over here in our chat. WeCare at we are. By the way, I'm trying to do this as I'm sideways. This is not as easy typing when you're sideways.
Can I help you, Melissa?
I think I just about got it. I was trying to type while I'm partially twisting. So there, we care at wearetheothers.net. You can just send any and all resources, whether you know somebody or you see something. If you see something even on social media, our social media handles are We Are the Others NPO. Forward it over to us. You know, that's another way that we'll be taking the information and collecting it. So that's a great question. Let's see, any other questions that came up? I love Aaron's comment. Wizard of Oz was my favorite movie as a kid. Love what you're connected to. Yeah, that was always the running joke when I was a kid, especially elementary school, when like that once the year Wizard of Oz would come on TV, and I could not wait to come home, or the week that it was happening. And my grandparents, like, they laughed. They knew it was the event of watching Wizard of Oz in our household. So I'm a huge Wizard of Oz fan, and I confess I have not seen the movie Wicked yet. So that's not good on me. Okay. Okay, so great question. So I'm an Iranian Jewish. We are somehow doing nothing. At times, we need to go through mental issues as individual levels. How can you guys get mental health? So first off, one of the things we would want to know is, where are you located? Are you located here in the U.S.? Are you outside of the U.S.? Not that it makes an effect, it makes a difference in some ways. So if you are outside of the U.S., but you're looking for services, you know, a lot of times like somebody's in the military or something like that, we're able to do some assistance. But if you live outside of the country, We Are the Others is USA based. So I'm going to put that little caveat in there. However, we have been approached by other people about, once we get this up and going, the same type of infrastructure and what we're doing can actually be done in other countries, where you get a group of people and collectively you are able to co-create and create a one-stop place with someone who has needs. So I'm just going to make the assumption, that you're USA based. So the way that it works is you would come to our website, so wearetheothers.net, and right there at the very top of the website, or if you scroll down, there's multiple places. There's a button that says Need Help. You click that button, and it'll open up to a page with a form. And on the form, you would put in the information. You don't even have to use your name. Again, you can put the name of your favorite cartoon character. You can you can do a pseudonym, but you put in a name just so we know what to call you. And you put in a way for us to contact you. An email, phone number, preferably. And again, it doesn't have to be your email. It could be somebody you care about or something like that. So, and we make a really big point of not keeping stuff to track anybody, so everybody feels, again, safe, seen, secure, and supported. And then there's a box. Need help with what? What is it that you need help with? And the way that it works is you would contact us or somebody you care about, or, asking on behalf of a friend, and you put some information in there and it comes into our system. And then we have a volunteer who is one of our receptionists, and they monitor all the messages coming in, whether it's somebody who contacted us by phone or it's somebody who came in through our forms. And then that will get passed over to another volunteer role who is a case manager. That case manager will then go, okay, I'm going to reach out to the person and I'm going to find out and get a little bit more details. What's going on, what's working, what has been tried, what hasn't been tried. They said the issue was this, but then when you actually have a conversation and you get to be present with somebody, you start to finding out there may be actually more challenges and issues. So use the example of mental health. So maybe as we're having this conversation, we're finding out it's paying for mental health. Maybe it is finding providers for mental health. Maybe it is not even knowing where to start I think I may need mental health. So that case manager is going to find out, just get some more information. They are going to ask the zip code area, just because we then can start focusing on where to get you help, because we're not going to send you information for somebody over here in Nevada and you live in Florida. You know, we want to make sure we're getting you aligned to your area. And so that case manager will have the conversation with you. They're going to find out what's going on. And they're going to say, all right, I'm going to come back to you at X time, 24 hours, a week, whatever it may be. And I'm going to see what resources we can find and what we have in our system. So that case manager will go back to our database. And this is this database we're all going to be able to continue to add to it. This is how we're all feeding these things. But so the case manager is going to look at the database and see what is in there. And maybe there's stuff, maybe there's not stuff yet, because we're still compiling stuff. We're still growing. We Are the Others has only been around since January 2nd, so we're a new organization. So let's say there's not really a lot there, or we need more information of what could be available to help somebody. At this time, the case manager is going to activate what we call our CAT team, our client action team. And this is another volunteer role. So these are people all over who have all kinds of different backgrounds, but they have a desire to help somebody and make sure we get them connected to services. So the case manager is going to say, okay, CAT team, we have a person here who needs some help with mental health, and they're going to know a little bit more of that specifics. They're not going to say anything about who the person is, again, honoring all that confidentiality. And that team, and they all do this on their own time, goes out and they start looking around. They look at what resources are available. They may make some phone calls. They may look online. They may be asking around. They start doing some sleuthing around. They start finding some information. And there's an agreed set upon time of, okay, you guys need to get me all the resources that you guys can find back by Thursday, because I'm going to meet with the client, the person who has a challenge or need, we call them a client, on Friday. And so, so the people on the CAT team are going to go out and they're going to find the information. Maybe they find there's information, but they're no longer taking anybody. They ran out of funding or they maxed out for the year. We want to know all that as well, because that's going to keep our database current. So the next time someone has that request, we know that's already maxed out for the year. So we're not going to go back and ask about that one again. So again, it's that collective knowledge coming together. So people on our data team inputs it all into our system. From what they find out from the people on the CAT team. And the results come back to the case manager, and the case manager reviews all the different options and picks what's going to be the best fit. And so let's say there's 5 options that come up. You've got option 1 is a nonprofit. Option 2 is another nonprofit. Option 3 may be a government program that we found out about. Option 4, maybe this is a church. Option 5, maybe this is a group of people who just happen to be willing to help out in some ways, something like that. It could be, or it could also maybe be a business. So we got a couple different things. And I say a group of people because there's a team called the Chainsaw Crew. Like when a storm hits, people can notify this church, and there's a chainsaw team that will go out and they will cut the wood in the fallen trees so people can get in and out of the driveways. So sometimes it's a group of people. So case manager is going to contact the person who has the challenge or need and says, hey, Scooby-Doo, because let's say they gave them the name Scooby-Doo. All right, we found these 5 resources. Again, we have nonprofit, government, church, and we'll call this one, caring people in the community kind of a thing. And so would you like us to make an introduction or a warm transfer over to these organizations? And we give full autonomy to the person who came with the challenge or need. So Scooby-Doo person was all like, you know what? Yes, connect me to this nonprofit. Can you send me the information to this nonprofit? Let's see if this first one works, and then if not, I'll follow up with the second one. I don't really want to go to the government for whatever personal reasons they are. Okay, totally fine. We will not do an introduction over for any government program. You know what? I don't really feel comfortable with the faith-based thing. It's not my thing. Totally fine. Again, we're not coming from a place of judgment or an opinion on this. And send me the information about the group of people, because maybe they can help me if those other ones don't work. So the case manager, sends the stuff over, makes the introductions, follows up at a set period of time. Again, we're following up with the client. How did it go? Did they help you? Were you able to get the resources that you need? And if not, this also lets us know that the case manager and the team can do some follow-up because maybe they found more resources. Okay, so those didn't work. Let's try something different, along those lines. And so we continue to do that so we can really help support the person. So that's how it works, and that's how we will be able to help you. And that's also why having a case manager is very helpful, because you may say, I'm coming here for mental health, but it's like, okay, I need a provider, I need to pay for it. We start finding all the various ways that it may not be just this one area that you initially came with. And so having that case manager, so you get a human element supported by a tech element, we can start also feeling in and go, what's all needed to really help the person. So that was that. Let me see. Any other questions? Got to come back over here. Can you refer people who need help? Great question, Sue. So yes, if you come across somebody who needs help, there's a couple of ways. We actually have other organizations who partner with us, and they have these cards. And we can send these cards. This one actually has my name on the top, so I'm just going to cover that for the minute. So if you come across somebody who needs help, we can give them these cards, or you can give this. They fit really well in a pocket. They fit really well in a wallet. You're going to the store, you see somebody, you can hand them these cards. And it has a direct line to contact our office. You can also request help from that way. It's got the website address. It's got the QR code where people can go and get help there as well. So we can do those things. You can also contact on behalf of somebody you care about. And what we will do, and we actually had this situation, somebody contacted us about a situation with, there was some ICE activity happening and somebody was scared. And they contacted us because they knew of something that happened with somebody. And what we will do is we will reach out to that person, but we do want to give the person who's going through the challenge or need or, their fear, autonomy of if they want to be interacted with or not. So in this case, we did the reach out, and we'll probably do a couple reach outs. We'll then go back to the person who did contact us saying, we reached out, we've tried, and, just so they know we did follow up on that. That doesn't mean that person's going to want to or be open or accepting for assistance. And that actually made me think of when Marie was talking earlier about people maybe who challenge their needs, they may not be able to be accepting for help. And that's honestly something I want to have some discussions with various people of how can we address that if somebody needs help, but they're not in a place where they can ask for help. How can we make sure we're also reaching out and being available for them? So great question, Sue. Let's see. Are these services free or paid? So think of it matchmaking services. Here's the need and challenge with the service. We match you with who is the provider. We do all that completely confidential and free. So no cost for that resource. Now, some of our partners or some of the organizations or resources that we do know do have a fee to them. But we're going to let you know, okay, so we found this service over here, but they do charge. Part of also having that case manager, do we find out, can this client afford to pay for their fee or their sliding scale fee or donation fee or whatever. We're up front if there is a cost to the provider who actually is going to be able to help. If there is, and that person who's the client cannot afford it, that also lets our case manager know, okay, here's another area of a need of how can we get some funding to help make sure this gets taken care of so this person can get help. And the same thing also goes from the other side. We may have somebody who is getting mental health, who needs medication, and they couldn't afford the medication. That partner contacted us to say, hey, do you guys have a connection so we can make sure to help get this person taken care of? So this is like Maida was talking about how you're able to work in collaboration, and Blake even mentioned as well, this is how we're actually able to do this, is we literally are looking at things cohesively and as a collaboration to how can we get all these pieces together to solve these problems. Okay, I'm going to go back, see there's okay, I think I've got everything. The one question that was being asked, data is low and you're on a VPN. I totally understand that. It's really simple. Just like if you want to come join our community, literally just go to the website. We are the others. .net together. Oh, I looked down and apparently I will retype that. We are the others.net/together, and that will let people come join our community. So, and again, there's no cost to come join the community, just as there's no cost to come ask for assistance and help. But again, we are brand new as an organization as of January 2nd, and we're building it out here in the U.S. And then, so right now, all of our service and everything we're doing, we're focusing on U.S. based. All right, I think that is it, Adrian, unless you see anything else, but I think that is everything.
What a day, Melissa. Wow, the last 2 days. Amazing, amazing. Thank you for closing us out with such intention, vulnerability, strength.
Oh.
You reminded us, Melissa, that even when the path is uncertain, we can build a way forward together. And to everyone who joins us over these past 2 days, thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, you showed up, you engaged, you asked amazing questions, you listened, you donated. If you'd like to stay connected, we invite you to join the movement at wearetheothers.net. And today, if it lit a spark in you, please carry it forward, because every act of empathy, every choice to speak up, and every connection you build matters. Please take the time to share the YouTube video. We have the 2 days, so they will be 2 different videos. If you wouldn't mind, we'd love for you to share it on your social media. Share how you feel. Share how this day made you feel. So until next time, thank you for being the others. Thank you, Melissa. I love you.
Love you all, and thank you for joining us. Have a great week. And of course, as soon as I said that, I lost my mouse, and that was what I was talking about earlier. I'm like, watch me lose my mouse.
Great job, Melissa. Really incredible. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'm stopping the broadcast as soon as I figure out